Hey, what's up, y'all? It's Hookah Anonymous, and you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up on your girl, Mickey Truth. We is live with it. Good morning. What's up, Blue? We are back at it. Y'all thought I wasn't going to come live today, okay? Listen, I had to get it out early because today is going to be a busy day. Busy day, okay? So I've been trying to get ahead of the content so that I don't leave y'all over here on YouTube just waiting for content, and then I be done got too busy. So yeah, we live. We're gonna get into part 2 of our discussion about the YSL RICO trial, man. Okay, the judge and the DA office, are they running the play? But Nika, what's up? MB Customs, what it do? Listen, it's shit getting real down there, okay? Like, shit is a circus, but we're gonna pick up where we left off last night. But before I get into the recap from last night's live, Chastity, what it do? I'm gonna get in here and do our disclaimers, because you know I be having to put this in the forefront, because you know I be popping shit a little too well. Some people getting confused, so let's run it. Y'all already know all information contained on this live is for entertainment, heavy on the mother effing entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used on this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you and your mama, not nobody on this channel, this panel, or in this chat. And another disclaimer for those who have not read the description to my channel, I am not a lawyer. Nothing I say should be used as legal advice because it's not legal advice, okay? If you do need legal advice, however, you can go talk to an actual licensed lawyer or attorney of your choosing, all right? And like the disclaimer says in the video, that you can actually see the consequences of anything that you try to run with from the channel is definitely on you, all right? So with that being said, hey, just sit back, enjoy my opinion based off my free thoughts of what I'm listening to, and y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat. Let's get started.
You can't handle the truth.
You know they can't handle the truth. All right, so boom, let me do a recap, and then we gonna continue where we was last night. All right, so boom,
Part J, so we can
we're going too far. Going too far. Oh. Hit pause. All right, boom. So last night, we kind of ran it back. I told y'all already know, as far as for this case, DA Love irritates my soul. I really think she's unprofessional, okay? I think she's a bully, because you can pay attention to her and Hilton when they're at that table. She be trying to bogart the whole damn thing. If Hilton's supposed to be running this witness, let her run this witness, okay? Her facial expressions is always attitude. She throws temper tantrums to me, okay? Every time she want to be freely able to allude to throwing shots at the defense, but don't want the defense to call her straight out. That's why she be upset with Steele, because she be trying to allude and like throw shade and hide her hand, still call out Miss Love, okay? He lands it, all right? So we got into her bullshit ass motion, in my opinion, of course. I think it was definitely a disgrace to even submit that motion. For one, she submitted it. For one, she missed the first deadline, asked for extension. She got 2 days, 48 hours more, and still was 42 minutes late. She didn't answer all the motions that Judge Krause asked her to answer. She only answered 2 out of 3, so she can't even follow directions. She submitted it late. I feel like the judge shouldn't even, okay, accept it, let alone take it under advisement. But that's just my opinion. We don't know how strict Judge Krause is, but we'll soon find out whenever decision is made. Now, as we broke down last night, this whole situation with Woody being the star witness we kind of went back and forth. What we're doing, we're watching day 87. If you're wondering, well, what happened on day 87? What was so important about day 87? Day 87 is technically the day that everything started really falling apart. Day 87 is the day that Kenneth Copeland, aka Lil Woody, I said it right this time, Lil Woody, okay, took the stand and pled the fifth in front of the jury. Last night we left off at Lil Woody said, based on what the judge just said, I'm gonna testify. Then he asked the judge for a few minutes to speak to his lawyer, Melnick, because he think he was confused and said the wrong thing. Once he spoke to Melnick, he came back on the stand and said, yes, he's going to testify. All right. So that is where we are at that moment. Now, I believe the viewer name was DJR had a good point. I haven't confirmed, and this is what took place, but they put in the chat last night, well, it's nobody's fault but Woody for signing the immunity agreement. Now, Caleb Bumpus, who was his lawyer the day of the ex parte meeting, right, stated that they did force immunity. He had no choice. They just gave it to him. It wasn't a situation where he had to accept or decline. Nikki, good morning. So I'm not 100% sure. Like I told y'all last night, they haven't shown on the record the actual immunity agreement. I don't know if he had to sign it, right? All I know is the judge said in the clip that we watched last night that he signed the order forcing him to testify because of the immunity. So we still kind of at the same spot with that, okay? Now, another thing we did, we went and took a look at the interrogation video from October 2021. Melnick said on the record in the YSL trial that he spoke with the state attorney's office about this case back in October 2021. Now remember, Thug was not indicted until I think we said May 2022. We can assume, right, that they were building the case based off the information that Woody was feeding them in that interrogation. Remember, he said that Thug, he technically didn't say his name. The police ended up saying Jeffrey. But Thug had to put a hit on Nut's brother, Kels, who we have heard Woody talk about on the stand so far. Now, outside looking in, after we done had time to watch him on the stand, hear things, that interrogation video hit different now, right? Because now we're looking at, he done told us he lied, right? For a little bit, I kind of thought it was referring to the 2015 interrogation. But no, in my opinion, the start of the YSL RICO foreman came from the October 2021 interrogation video with Woody. They did not bring Young Thug up to him. We watched it. He brought him up to them. Now it makes sense why now he's, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, I'll be rooting for Woody, you know what I'm saying? I think what he's doing, getting him some legitimate money is cool, but I can't help, I gotta be honest, y'all know, I can only be honest. Woody is a manipulator. I don't know if what he's saying about showing some type of remorse now for lying on the boys, his words, for screwing over Thug, said Thug is a genuine person. I don't know. When you talk about manipulators, they can manipulate anybody. So I can't tell you if he's really remorseful or not. I can't tell you what. All I can tell you is that, in my opinion, he set the ball in motion for this RICO. This is why he's so important. He also will probably be the witness that this shit was a shit show before he got on the stand. So I ain't gonna put the whole shit show on him. But I feel like he's the witness that started this RICO, and he's probably about to be the witness to end the RICO. Now, where we're gonna pick up at, we're gonna pick up where we left off yesterday, because one thing that now that we know what happened in the ex parte meeting, what has been said in these motions, now we're watching from that day what was fucked up. Now that we know so much now compared to what we knew back then, okay? And then another thing, who was wrong? Who was in the wrong that day? You know what I'm saying? Like, Should they have known he was going to plead the fifth in front of the jury or not? That's kind of where we at. And then we're going to get into some more of the documents. So, yeah. So, this is part 2 from last night. Make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up on your girl, Mickey Truth. Y'all already know we live. Let's get back into the video.
Wix.
Hopefully, I ain't lose my spot. Hopefully, it picks up right when we left off. And I lost my spot. Okay, hold on. I know we was like an hour and something into it. I think we was here. I'm just gonna start here. I might be a little off. But
All right, sir. What's your pleasure?
Say what?
I said, what's your pleasure, sir? Do you wish to give testimony? I know you don't want to give testimony in this case, but you've been given immunity in this particular circumstance, use immunity. So are you going to testify?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, sir. Then what we'll do at this point in time is we'll call for our jurors and we'll swear you in, and we'll go ahead and take your testimony. Okay.
All right.
All right. What is it, Mr. Steele? Does our witness need to be excused? Yeah, sir. Go ahead and stand outside, please. If you wouldn't mind, we'll call you in just a minute. All right. Mr. Copeland has left us. Yes, sir. What's your pleasure?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to everyone. Your Honor, I would like the court to weigh in on this, please. I would like it now. That's why I raised it. But if you do it on a break, that's fine. I mean, whatever you want. But I'm citing to court 2 cases, if you don't mind. Franklin, which is Franklin, like Donald Franklin Samuel, versus State. It's 166 Georgia Appeal 375. Yes, of course. 166 Georgia Appeal 375. It's in Division 2, 1983. Also Waldrop, which is Waldrip, versus Head, like Bubba Head, and that's 279 Georgia. 826, that's Division 2. It's Roman numeral 2A, capital A. 620 Southeast 2D2. Oh, that's wrong. 829 2005. And Your Honor, what I'd like you to do is, the state has stated today, and Ms. Hilton told me this last evening. I don't remember the time, but maybe 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, something like that. We had 2 telephone conversations. She said that she's met with Mr. Copeland and other members of the prosecution team. I asked for any notes that were entitled to exculpatory information under Brady. Ms. Hilton told me that there was one statement, and she emailed that to me and to everyone on the defense side. But Your Honor, I don't have any of the other notes. Mr. Copeland met with law enforcement on the January 11th of 2015. So God forbid the killing of Mr. Thomas is at 7:22 approximately, January 10th, 2015. By the early morning hours, I'm going to tell you about 4 in the morning, Mr. Copeland is on video, audio recording with Detective Thorpe the next morning. So it's January.
I'm gonna be honest, that part always been weird to me, right? Like, I get people putting your name in it, but like, God dang, I would not have went in there. I wouldn't give a damn if I didn't do it. I would not have went into the police department within hours of a shooting by myself without my attorney. Fuck all that shit. I would not have went in there on that type of time. Cause like 12 hours didn't even go past and you in there. I just always thought that part of the story was weird. But you know, some people may have the argument, if you innocent, you don't think about it. Innocent or not, my ass ain't going in there like that, because I'll be so confused to what the fuck is happening.
January 11th, 2015. And he made statements that he knows nothing about anything. Since then, he has made additional at least 5 recorded statements that I'm aware of, and he's made other statements I have nothing on. Anything that, and he's been inconsistent. So anything that he told the state in this preparation would be inconsistent statements, which is impeachment evidence under Brady. And the state, I presume, will claim work product. That's why.
All right. So we kind of listened to this part last night, but just a little clarity on that, right? So what Steele is saying, right? Woody has changed his statements many times over the years, right? So now, remember, Hilton came to the podium and said that she discussed the evidence and stuff with Woody and all that. So Steele is saying, well, what did he say in that time? Because he's been so inconsistent. I want that, because if he added in a new scenario or a new twist to it, that's Brady information. You need to provide that over.
Why Ms. Hilton didn't give us any of the notes, but work product of the state is typically not subject to compelled discovery, except to the extent that such notes may be exculpatory and must be disclosed under Brady versus Maryland, which is 373 U.S. 83. Well, that's under Franklin, and then Waldrop versus Head says that work product doctrine gives way to the accused constitutional right to exculpatory and impeaching evidence under Brady. So what I'm asking this honorable court to do is order the state to produce all notes. They have investigators. If they don't want to do that, I ask the court to get a copy of the notes in camera inspection, and then meet with us ex parte so we can tell the court what we believe would be inconsistent statements, which is impeachment. That's why I brought it up to the court.
All right.
Your Honor, as I discussed with Mr. Steele last night, I turned over the statement that I believe was Brady, which was what Mr. Copeland told me about an incident in which there was a theft. And I provided that information to defense counsel. Outside of that, the state doesn't have any notes. And so there's nothing else to turn over except for what I did turn over. We do have one additional matter, Your Honor, which would be criminal convictions that I would like to address.
Okay, let's deal with the issue of the first issue of the notes, okay? Do you have any written notes from your interviews of Mr. Copeland? What Mr. Steele is basically saying is that Mr. Copeland's given a few, he said 5 statements, and that some of those may be inconsistent, which would fall into the category of Brady, or may fall in the category of Brady. So do you have any written notes that you or your team took that arguably would be work product, but that I would need to review to determine whether or not they are on Brady?
We do not have any written notes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Steele, then that satisfies that issue in terms of that.
I got a question for y'all. Do y'all believe that the state, remember, in our opinion, right, Woody is the piece of the puzzle that set this whole case into play back in October 2021. Do y'all believe the state did not take any notes during this whole process? Put it in the chat. Put a yes if you believe they did. Put a no if you believe they didn't. My opinion, they damn sure took notes. I don't understand how you can even pursue a case without taking notes. I literally react to cases, right? And I take notes. Like, y'all hear the paper? I'm taking notes now, watching it. So I'm just it's hard for me to believe they didn't take notes. But that's just me. You know, maybe I guess my memory bad. I can't not take notes because I won't remember everything that took place. And then if you do believe that they didn't take notes, how accurate can we depend on memory? Like on some real stuff. Like how accurate, you know what I'm saying, can you be by just remember? Y'all ever went to a restaurant and you know how like some waiters or waitresses, they remember, you know what I'm saying, in their mind your order, but then when you get your order something wrong, but then you got some that it be right. But like, how accurate can you really be if you don't take notes? So y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat.
If I find out that there's any other additional notes, then I'll change the terms of my consideration on that issue.
Your Honor, and I'll get you the case in a moment because I don't have it at my mind unless someone else does, but oral statements must be reduced to writing if they're Brady by the prosecution.
Yeah. But I think they're saying to you that the only statement that they have that's Brady is the one statement they turned over already.
And Your Honor, furthermore, in addition to that, in our conversations with Mr. Copeland, he didn't give us any different information than what is contained in the 6 interviews that defense counsel has had since 2022. So there's, outside of this one sentence or this one piece of information which we gave, our conversations.
All right, so Hilton just put on record, right, that since this case became a case and Woody has been determined to be a witness on this case, that he has provided identical information to what was on his interrogation video. Okay, now that had me scratch my head because for one, he was all over the place in these interrogation videos, right? But for two, that he actually could stay on point to say exactly what he said in 2015. I mean, I don't know Woody at all. I just watch him like everybody else. I don't see him providing a consistent statement ever. Like, to be honest, I don't see him doing it. That's just me, though. Y'all let me know what y'all think. I just don't see him being able to stay on cue to repeat verbatim what he has already said in the past. I just don't see that. But that's what she just put on record, okay? We don't believe you need more people in Marshawn Carter voice, okay? And yes, I agree with Jersey too. With an important case like this, they took notes for sure. Now, I put an emphasis yesterday when we was going through the motion that Love, you know what I'm saying, put out. You put all this, oh, I'm the chief deputy district attorney, and you know, I forgot what she said Hilton was, but you putting all this emphasis on your title, but y'all not taking notes per what y'all saying, right? Y'all now saying, oh, not only didn't we take notes, but Woody was consistent with what he said in the interrogations when we spoke with him. Well, how would you recall, okay, that he was consistent in his statements if you didn't take notes to compare it to his interrogation? So what did y'all do? Sit there and let the interrogation play and then let him repeat what he said on interrogation? Like, it don't make sense to me. And like I said, now with all this coming to the light and reviewing this day, it's like mind blowing what took place that day. That, to be honest, I'm gonna be honest. In my opinion, I mean, heavy on my opinion, these people are sitting there and lied to us in our face, to everybody. But now is the time we're gonna catch them in their discrepancies, though. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button.
We're not.
There's nothing. Are you telling me that there's nothing that that needs to be reduced to Brady?
Correct.
Produces Brady.
If there was, we would have reduced it and sent it over.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's talk about prior convictions. Where's Mr. Melnick? Can you have him come back, please?
All right, pause. I just want to make sure my notes is up there. So right now, the state just said all Brady information was turned over. That's what they said. All Brady information was turned over. Said that they only provide one statement was different than what was said in the interrogation. They turned that over. Mike said it was forced. He doesn't have to sign the paperwork. And that's what I said too. But like I said, that was a conversation we had last night. And more so is my opinion. I can't confirm it, but I would have thought they would have brought up the fact like you signed it or whatever. But that was a good point. But I'm still working to confirm if he actually had to sign it. Now, right now, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how I'm gonna confirm it. We might have to wait for it to just come out by the defense or something at some point. Because from what I'm seeing, Woody is on this tour, but he's not speaking on nothing case related, nothing. Like, he's just talking about a day in the life of Woody, and which is cool. And also, you know what I'm saying? I don't think we're ever gonna get that. And I think Kayla is like, I don't know. I don't think they're not gonna answer the questions we need, directly or indirectly, is basically my point. And that's the reason why I haven't reached out to interview Caleb Bumpus or Woody, because the shit I want to know, like the shit we probably want to know on the Truth Team, they can't talk about it. And I don't want them to talk about it, because the last thing I need is to be back in a newspaper or on the news being a part of some type of mistrial for a trial. So I'm standing back off of it. But again, I still just feel like he's going on the tour with particular creators that's more so on the legal side, that's just strictly like, you know, still have like a caring, like, oh, how are you? You know, on the side of YouTube where I'm at, where like Skull, you know, all of us on this side, y'all know our viewers want to really get into it. Like, we don't want to sugarcoat it, and it's just not the time for it, and he's not going to do it. So that's why, because a couple of people have asked me why I haven't attempted to do an interview with him, and that's my answer to that. It's just, and to be honest, I think it works better for him to go that route. Because shit, I was on that first live, he made like what, $900. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, our viewers on this side of YouTube, they want to know, like, fuck that, we ain't sending you no money just for you to sit there and say nothing. So you know how it goes. But yeah, to be continued. One day maybe. I wonder what was, y'all see Hilton's face? Like, I wonder what Love is saying. Love, to me, I don't know. I guess I can assume Love is probably like the superior to Hilton. She just seemed like, you know what I'm saying? Like a micromanager, you know what I'm saying? That's all in your face. He got to come better than that over here. Facts. And that's why, because I'm like, man, I ain't got time. Because I already know. Like, the queen of paperwork, just sitting here discussing like what you ate for breakfast, that shit ain't gonna fly. For one, I don't even want to talk about it. Y'all know the last time I did like an in-depth interview, at the end of the interview, you know what I'm saying, we can chop it up like that, but we got to get into the meat and potatoes. Okay, we can't just sit here, yeah, cool, your childhood, but we want to know why the hell you threw Young Thug under the bus. They didn't, and you know, like, that's the shit we want to know. And you know, it's, you know, hey, I think we just do better. Well, I know, I'm gonna speak for me. I do better reacting to the shit right now. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know I have tried to cover it fairly. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do add in like the positives. I give my, you know what I'm saying, opinion about the plus side to what he's doing. But at the same time, I'm saying my thoughts on the actual situation at hand. And I think right now they want to kind of bypass that side of him. But again, I mean, ain't no secret he's a manipulator. For all we know, what he's doing now is manipulating people. You know what I'm saying? You know, it is what it is. I know a lot of people like that in my real life. I told you my daddy is one. So I see it. But as far as content, yeah, we got to get into it. And if he can't get into it, ain't no need for us to talk. I'll just continue to clip the lives and react to it, put my own twist to it. Love, yes, Miss Know It All. That definitely should be her name, okay? Because she be stressing me out. But let's keep going.
All right, Mr. Melnick, I wanted you to be here for the this part of the conversation in regards to your client, because these are prior convictions. Okay. All right.
Your Honor, Mr. Copeland has a total of 11 convictions, Your Honor, prior convictions. However, based on 24-6-609, we believe that only 4 of them will be able to be discussed during the pendency of this case. The state has not received, and if any defense counsel can correct me, any notice that they wanted to use any convictions greater than 10 years old. And so I wanted to put on the record the convictions that are greater than 10 years old. Again, I did.
Hold on, I'll be honest. If it was me, y'all got my client sitting here for shit over 10 years old. Hell yeah, I need all his shit on the record. That's me. I don't know, because y'all know I didn't stream this day. We wasn't following the YSL case at that time no more. So this is all new stuff I'm watching. But before hearing what the defense got to say, I don't want all that shit on record. Fuck that. Y'all got my client sitting in here from what they started the RICO back in 2013. Now I need all that on the record. So I can't wait to hear what the defense says to that.
Did not see any notice that any defense counsel intended to use these, so we can
Or the state's intending to use any of them.
or the state's intentions to
Okay.
use any of them, so that we could have argument on those. So the convictions that I believe should not come in are as follows. 09 SC 82479, which was a September 1st, 2009 conviction.
4.
That one was for theft by taking.
Okay.
Enter an auto and other charges. Oh, well, you know, he pleads for that. Okay. I just want to make sure that he didn't plead to. You know, in all candor, Your Honor, I believe he did plead to giving false info. So for the 09 case, he did plead to giving false information. So.
And why wouldn't that be relevant? I hope still be like, hell yeah, we need that on record. If in 2009 he pleaded to giving false information, that right there shows his character, for one, shows his history as far back as 2009 of giving police false information. You know? Ain't they talking about Woody? Yes, that's what they're talking about. Like, why is that not relevant? We need it on record that he will give false information. That's just me. That's what I would say.
They would be able to use that for the limited portion of the fact that he did plead to giving false information.
Yes, that part would be.
That part would be.
Would be admitted.
The next case we have, Your Honor, is 10 SC 87662.
Hey, Jody. Good morning or afternoon.
And he pled in 2010, but he ended up pleading to a misdemeanor. He pled to misdemeanor theft by receiving. The next is 10 SC 96.
10 SC 96.
938.
Okay.
And that plea was taken on March 7th, 2011. And the charge was aggravated assault and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And then the next one is 12 SC 110195. He pled to this in August of 2013. And he pled to entering auto, several counts, misdemeanor criminal trespass, misdemeanor obstruction, misdemeanor theft by taking.
I feel like that one, because obstruction of justice show that his action against law enforcement. So, you know, you could swing that like shit. He don't follow commands by, you know, police. and y'all want us to sit here and believe that he was being truthful and honest with them, but that could be a reach. But I would have damn sure tried it.
And then on that same day, he also pled to 12 SC 113315. He pled to that on August 13, 2013. And there he pled to terroristic threats, aggravated assault, and battery.
Terroristic threats is crazy. I'm surprised they ain't got his ass for habitual criminal at this point. God damn. Every year he got something going on. Sheesh.
Then, Your Honor, he also had another case, which was null prost, which was 12 SC 113001. And another case, which was null prost, 13 SC. Oh, excuse me, this was a re-indictment of that 12 SC case. So the number was 13 SC 120161.
What kind of cases were those, madam?
Those were, it was a possession of MDMA and possession of marijuana less than an ounce. And the 13 SC was a re-indictment.
All right.
That's goes with that.
And so we believe the admissible convictions, and I can put that on the record, Your Honor.
But you know, I want to say this though, before she gets into what she believes should be allowed in. I feel like if you use a habitual criminal as a witness, all of their past convictions should be allowed to be entered. Because at the same time, again, some of them could be telling the truth. But the jury has a right to know who they're hearing from. Because you know what? Because that defendant that's sitting at that table, y'all gonna bring up everything that they was charged with, convicted of. So I feel like the witness should be held to the same accountability. And I feel like half the time they don't want it on the record because they know the person they put on that stand is unpredictable, okay, and will be frowned upon from the average citizen that sits on the jury. That just goes to show again, everybody holler rights of this and rights of that. Despite what you may think, how the legal system is set up, defendants have rights too. And I feel like if their past is gonna be on the forefront, the witness should be too, especially when you talking about giving out immunity, when you talking about plea deals in exchange for testimony. Okay, they definitely be picking and choosing, but that's just my opinion.
Would be 15 SC 136794, in which he pled to that in December of 2018 in the charge of theft by receiving stolen property. The next is 20 SC 176851, and he pled on January 25th, 2022. Sure. The indictment number or the date? 20 SC 176851. You're welcome. And he pled the possession of a vehicle with an altered VIN and misdemeanor obstruction of law enforcement officers.
So, and again, that's another obstruction. Now, what she's saying now is what she feels should be allowed in. But like I told y'all, in the 2012, they should allow that shit in because he had a obstruction charge then. If I'm the defense, bring that in, because if this one is valid and the other one is valid, forget the 10-year cap. Y'all got the whole RICO is over 10 years old. And remember one thing they said on the bond, when they denied the bond, when Judge Glanville denied the bond, they said they have evidence of an ongoing situation, like things were still happening, right? So obviously, Kenneth Copeland, aka Lil Woody, has an ongoing criminal history because since 2012, he has gotten in trouble every year. So that means to me, right, we need to use all his criminal history. It's not like he got charged in 2012 and never got into trouble again to 2022. Then I can understand not wanting to go over 10 years. But he done got in trouble every goddamn day. Every day. Not every day, damn, every year. I mean to say every day. But yeah, that's crazy. Hold on, y'all. Why your phone acting like this? I don't even know why it's running. Okay. The judge with the shit. That's why they want him out of there. I mean, he needs to be out of there, but we're gonna get into that. But he definitely needs to be.
Next is 20 SC 176-912. And he pled on January 26, 2022. And he pled to possession of a controlled substance, Schedule 1 or 2, with the intent to distribute. And then last is 22 SC 182-134, which he pled to on June 29, 2023.
One more time, what was that last number? I'm sorry.
22 SC 182-134. And he pled the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. And that was on June 29, 2023.
All right, the one that they just talked about is the one we discussed last night, that they dropped the gang charge off of it. And you see, they don't have to bring it up because they never try to indict him on it. But that's the one he also was charged with the can't remember that word, but the gang activity thing.
And you're right, there's also a federal indictment. I do not, but he pled to that federal indictment in 2015. And so that indictment would be right. I'll get you the federal indictment number.
Have you shown these, the non-qualifying and qualifying convictions to defense counsel?
I have not.
All right. Can you let them take a look at it?
Oh, they have. Oh, yeah, we did.
We do have, well, we did work as well, but we have a disagreement about what's qualified, what's not qualified.
Okay, what do you have a disagreement as to what?
Well,
which matter?
okay, thank you, Your Honor. First of all, we are looking through the court's records. Okay, Mr. Steele says he has it. We did file a motion of intent to impeach with convictions over 10 years old, so we're going to have to address that. But specifically, two of the convictions that the state says are over 10 years old, I disagree with. And that's because the statute reads from my understanding of the statute, and I think the plain reading of the statute, the clock is from the last incarceration.
Is it either or?
Well, it's the one
What
that's
is the statute? How's the statute?
the
read?
furthest in time. The 10 years has to elapse from the last incarceration. When that comes into play is when probation is revoked, when there's a split sentence, and then probation is revoked. And I can get you the cases. But Your Honor, 12 SC 110195, as well as 12 SC 113315. We would agree that the plea was entered over 10 years ago. However, on the court's records, the probation was revoked on 2/21/15. He was in custody at the time, so he's been incarcerated on those charges. The purpose of the statute is that the person has to maintain a history of lawful behavior to.
Boom, and that's what I just said. That's how I was feeling without even knowing that law. But that's how I was feeling. Hell, it was one thing if he would have been out of trouble, but he wasn't out of trouble. So I agree with that. To
reestablish that they are not essentially a convicted felon. And
Which statute are you talking about? I'm just so I can pull it up. But which one are you talking about?
I don't have the number. This is the impeachment by prior conviction. 609B. 609B. whichever is the later date. So, Your Honor, the statute says or release from confinement, whichever is the later date is what I was referring to in the statute, the plain language of the statute.
Hang tight, sir.
And I think he referring to that same charge I was telling you about, the obstruction charge. Y'all realize when love is not at the table, the demeanor of the state table be different compared to when love is sitting her ass at that table. She just bring like this dark aura to the table. But we'll see. I don't want to skip nothing, y'all. So I'm trying to let it play out. We're looking for details that we probably missed the first go around. We're trying to see, did the state maybe I shouldn't say lie. Maybe I should say deceive us. All right, to make it sound a little better. But I'm no lawyer, I can say it. Lied to us, okay? Nikki, all right. She just bring like she be making Hilton discombobulated, like for real. Can y'all imagine right now, though, the other defendants who lawyers ain't even had to say nothing because they have nothing to do with what's going on? I would be sitting there like, what the fuck? Okay. But, hey, let this be a lesson to you. Hey, you got to weed out people for real, for real. Everybody ain't your friends, and even if they is your friends, if they not elevating in life with you, you need to cut them off. You need to cut them off. Snip, snip. And that's factual. All right, this is a little too silent. Goddamn now. We're going to kind of skip past it a little bit. You ain't talking yet?
On completion, which is ever greater.
So, Mr. Weinstein to the rescue. Williams v. State, 302 Georgia 474 at 482. And that's a 2017 case.
Williams versus the state?
Yep. Yes,
what
Your
is
Honor.
it again?
302 Georgia 474, I believe his handwriting is, or is that 9? 474 at 482, and that's a 2.
I have no idea. To be honest, besides Yak Gotti, Young Thug, and Shannon Stillwell, I don't know the rest of their names. I'm not sure who that is over there. I kind of I don't know. I was about to make up a name. I kind of feel like that's the Mickey on Garlington, but I'm not 100% sure. But besides them three, them the only ones I can tell you by face who they are. The rest of them I don't know. And then the young guy, I don't remember his name, but the one that already got life, the little dark skinned one that's sick, I think beside Thug and behind him. But the rest of them I wouldn't know who they are.
2017 case out of the Supreme Court of Georgia, I believe is going to stand for that same proposition. And as I said, that would apply to 12 SC. If my understanding of the court records, we pulled these cases and pulled the probation revocations for these cases. That would apply to 12 SC 110195 and 12 SC 113315. Those would now come within the 10-year time limit. And
now you got me kind of wondering who is, because y'all know the person, the little D is on this case. Little segue. Now that makes me think about something. How it should have been known that Woody was the center of this shit. Because throughout his testimony that we heard so far, he has talked about Shannon and he's talked about Lil D. How they was basically 3 peas in a bucket. Fuck it, okay? But out of all 3, only 2 of them are on the YSL RICO, but not Woody. That says a lot. Because how y'all was together day in, day out, but you ain't on this indictment. But we heard what Melnick said. That state attorney's office told him he's either gonna be a co-defendant or a witness, and we saw how that ended. The one that has life was granted a new trial on his murder. Well, hopefully he can, I'm not sure. I never looked at that case to know, but something had to go wrong if he was provided a new trial. It depends on what happened with this case, will determine what. But I think this case here has no option but to be a mistrial, but we're going to talk more into that when we get done with this. But yeah, I think at this point, they might well hang this up. That's millions lost.
Yes, and also, Your Honor, just a plain reading of the statute, it defines time limit, and it says, evidence of conviction under this code shall not be admissible if a period of more than 10 years has elapsed since the date of the conviction or of the release of the witness from the confinement imposed of such conviction, whichever the later date, unless the court determines in the interest of justice that the probative value of the conviction supported by specific facts and circumstances substantially outweighs the prejudicial effect. So the time limit is, the plain reading of the statute says either the date of the conviction or release of witness from confinement imposed by such conviction, whichever is the later date, which is why I think that probably this isn't litigated that often, because the plain language of the statute is pretty clear. Your Honor, I'm sorry.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Your Honor, and Mr. Sharkin showed me, I believe, and we're just double checking right now. The 1-1. We would agree with the 11315 because it looks like he was revoked and required to do 6 months on 12/18/2020. So
Right.
if he was in confinement, even if it was for 6 months, 10 years would be 2030. However, and what?
Hold on, pause real quick. Y'all just, this part right here is just always, and this is what makes it intriguing and why I like to cover stuff like this, because y'all hear right now the state attorney arguing about charges that shouldn't be relevant to bring in to the trial, right? Oh, this statute here means it doesn't count. This is the same state attorney that's literally arguing why 2013 is not that far back to bring a RICO on a group that's allegedly of the gang. You see how that shit goes? That's what makes it intriguing though. But the shit crazy at the same time. That's why I say it's no clean cut to say it's about innocence or guilt when it comes to the legal system. It's about how good you can argue within the scope of the law to prove your point. That's what it's about, not innocence or guilt. But of course, my opinion.
But we're double checking, Your Honor, is on 12 SC 110195 that the probation warrant was canceled in March of 2015. So we're double checking to see if it was actually revoked on a 1.
If this helps, on the 195, my notes, and we have a big pile of papers back there, but my notes say the probation was revoked on 2/21/15.
That's what Mr. Steele's motion indicates. Plea was on 12 August of 2013, probation revoked on or about February the 21st of 2015.
In all candor, our motion is based on, it's the same source as my notes, but yes, that's our belief.
So what we're seeing, we're looking at Odyssey, that's what we're double checking. We don't see an order. We see that a warrant was canceled. That's what we're looking for, to see if there was an order for the probation matter.
It seemed like he really be,
While y'all are looking, I'm just gonna
but he be sounding like he don't know what the hell going on sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. He be really looking, but when he get on that mic, sometimes it's gonna be making sense to me.
Well, we don't have access to Odyssey, Your Honor. And that's the.
Where'd you get the date though? That's why I'm trying to find out. If you put it please, so do you have some document to rely upon?
I see this, the state has shown me a probation warrant cancellation.
You said 2249. Is he telling her how to say what he needs to hear, or is it just me? We have to run that back. I took a note at that time frame. I don't want to rewind it right at this moment. But I don't know. We'll see.
So the question is, I'm trying to figure out if it was revoked, even for time served, it would fall under the 10 years. I would just ask for a little bit of time. You know, the state kind of decided to address this now. I'm not blaming them, but we didn't really know that this was going to just be addressed at this exact moment. So I would just ask for some time to look into the clerk's file and try to figure out where we got that date from. Clearly, we got that date, and you know, perhaps it was just seeing the probation warrant, but you know, I wouldn't concede that point. And then the state said that they're going to email what they have on Odyssey, which we don't have access to. I'd assume we probably went to the public computers in the law library and tried to do it through there.
All right.
So my understanding where we are right now, the 3315, the state has conceded that falls within the 10 years. So that's not on the table. The 0195 may or may not be on the table depending on what we learn about that case. But for the ones outside the 10-year, we did give timely notice.
You did.
And so that's going to be a balancing.
So to address, so tell me why
Okay.
they're more probative than prejudicial at this point in time.
Well, for prejudice, it's a bit confusing to me because I don't know who would be prejudiced by the truth about Mr. Copeland's prior convictions coming out. Certainly he wouldn't be prejudiced. He's been given immunity. He's not a party to this case. So I don't really see any real prejudice. But the probative value towards his credibility, first of all, I'd point out that one of these cases, 09 SC 82479, not only involved giving false info, which is very probative of one's credibility, but also involved a theft, a car theft. Thefts are viewed as more probative to credibility than other non.
Well, my bad, y'all was eating popsicle. He got a bunch of theft. So, like I said, hey, if the defendant's criminal history can come in play, a witness, especially one with immunity or in exchange to testify, whole criminal history should be able to come into play. She good morning. Justin Combe, aka Doo-Wop, still on the run. He's charged with the murder of Nutt also. Damn. I thought they hadn't caught everybody. That's crazy.
On crimes that involve some level of deceit or dishonesty. So the fact that it's a theft makes it particularly probative towards credibility. But also, Your Honor, Mr. Copeland is the key witness to a number of acts in this case. He's really one of the key witnesses in the case, if not the key witness. His credibility is the crux of this.
Hey, Destiny.
Case. He's the linchpin of this case. I anticipate that he's probably going to be on the stand for a week or more. So one of the factors that we take into account when we're doing the balancing test is the importance of the witness's credibility towards this case, and his credibility and the ability of the jurors to consider his entire history, his entire criminal history is paramount to assessing his credibility. And I'll point out, Your Honor, one other thing that I think is relevant towards the probative value of credibility. If Mr. Copeland was someone who, say, had an 09 SC 82479 case and had a conviction, and then, learned from that conviction, turned his life around, went about, got a job wherever, was working, taking care of his children and taking care of his family and just living a law-abiding life, I think the argument would be stronger for it lacks probative value. But
I love when I'm telling you, I need to be a defense attorney, okay? I literally just said that, okay? Literally just said that. That's how I felt about it. All right, you can't sit here and tell me that we can't talk about this man's criminal history when he done got a case every year over the last 10 years. And the only time, okay, that he didn't catch the case, his ass was in jail. If y'all really paid attention to the timeline, but y'all want my client, right, who hasn't been convicted in years and years and years to sit here and be accused by, okay, your star witness with this long criminal rap sheet. I'm telling you, you gotta love the law, but you gotta hate it sometime, okay? She said that's her with a heart. So y'all just keep that in mind, how crazy this legal system is, where the person that can put you in jail can be a habitual criminal. But because your name is the one they want, okay? Because again, Young Thug has past cases, but doesn't have nowhere near the amount of convictions that Woody has. But y'all want us to take Woody, right, past and not think about it when it comes to his testimony, when that makes it even more worth to know. Like, know who is putting the cuffs on these men that you see before you. This is the man that these people want us to believe that the police fact checked everything he said. That the police didn't have a vendetta against Young Thug that they chose, okay, to do. You say he never got convicted? I don't know. Are you saying that or are you asking? So Lamar said Thug don't even have no convictions. I know he has some arrests. So if that's true, right, the jury needs to know who is pointing the finger. Because if I was a defense attorney, my whole angle would be my client is a law-abiding citizen. He is a musical artist. He has never been convicted, okay? He was doing this, and that would be my argument. But on the other side, I would be like, the state wants you to believe a habitual criminal with a long rap sheet of stealing, which is the theft cases, lying, okay, giving false information, and also that obstructs justice. And y'all want us to believe that this witness, because he chose to go do multiple interrogations with police and run a play on their ass because he knew they wanted Young Thug, not him. Make it make sense. He has no conviction. They cannot even a felon. Come on, crazy. Shit is crazy when you really think about it. That's what I said last night. Shout out to everybody that pulled up. We did a good live last night. It's crazy to sit here. And again, I'm be honest, I don't agree with Woody's decisions. I told y'all, put the snitching shit aside. To be down with somebody, part of what's going on, and to go flip and tell to get yourself, I don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? But outside of my personal opinion on that, okay? I salute him for what he's doing now. But we can't forget the fact that this case was created based off his lies. Although he may be empathetic now to it, it's still, he created this RICO case because he didn't want to go to jail. And ultimately, he still went to jail anyway. And now he's receiving sympathy, right, from the masses because he's going through what he's going through. And I say this like, we have to be fair. And I'm saying this unbiasedly because I have covered the good stuff with Woody and the bad stuff. But when we speak like this and have remorse for Young Thug, people frown upon it like, oh, he got himself there. Technically not. But the witness got himself there and just brought Young Thug along forward. Now, come on, we was taking Young Thug's name out of this situation. A lot of y'all wouldn't even know who Woody was. Like, on some real shit. I know I learned who Woody was by researching this case. Y'all wouldn't know who Woody was. Y'all wouldn't have sympathy for him because y'all wouldn't know who he was. If we put Woody information on a piece of paper, right? All his convictions, if we put all his history on a piece of paper, his job, what he has done with his life, put Young Thug without putting his name, no convictions, all that, no felon, all that, who would y'all believe? The felon with an ongoing habitual criminal history, or the non-felon who hasn't even been arrested? I'm gonna have to look it up when I start playing this. I think the last arrest was like early on in Young Thug's career, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. I think it was like early on in the beginning. Come on, make it make sense. So that's why I say I just say this. And again, everybody be so quick to like jump down the defendant, right? But look at the people, the O Block case is the same thing. Look at the people that is being worked in deals, you know what I'm saying, to do this to the defendants just so the prosecution can win their case. And then I want to say this too. Keep in mind, if this really was about justice, conviction rate wouldn't matter. Keep that in mind.
He hasn't done that. He's continued to commit crimes, to violate the law, to lie, to commit crimes indicative of a lack of credibility. So this tells the whole story. And I don't know why we wouldn't give the jurors the whole story about a man's history and his lack of credibility when his credibility is ultimately so important in this case. I don't know what he's going to testify to, but I do know that there's a possibility that things he said are going to come out, and the jurors need to know, can we believe this guy or not? And they need to have the full story about Kenneth Copeland and his criminal history.
All right, sir. State, you wish to respond, or?
Your Honor, I don't believe them having the full history is what will determine his credibility. They have now 5 convictions that they can impeach Mr. Copeland on. The issue is he a convicted felon? He is, and they have 5 convictions. These other 4 from 2009 and 2010 would be substantially prejudicial in this case, given that they have more recent charges for which he was convicted of. These charges, again, are theft by taking. They already have
more recent charges is crazy. That says a lot. If the rebuttal to the request to keep all the charges in is, oh, well, he got more to choose from, it's crazy.
Have a theft case that they can use to impeach him if they choose to do that. The other one is an ag assault, and the other is an entering order. I want to be clear that there is the 10 SC 87662 case, which he pled to a misdemeanor, which they could not use because he only got 12 months in custody on a theft.
That's the one, theft by receiving stolen property.
That's the theft by receiving.
10 SC 87662?
Correct. So the 3 indictments that we're looking at, I believe, is 09 SC 82479, 10 SC 96938, and the 12 SC 110195.
What about the 9CR35? And then there's 44. It's 4444.
09 CR, that would be a misdemeanor because that would be solicitors. If it's 09 CR, that would be a Solicitor General's
All right.
case.
What about the 09 SC 82479?
Yes, Your Honor. So the three cases that we're looking at, Your Honor, is 09 SC 82479, 10 SC 96938, and 12 SC 110.
I just thought on something. Just a little opinion. I feel a witness like this, if they're not a co-defendant, I don't feel like they should be a witness on the case. Because if we're not going to be able to hold them to the same standard with their background when it comes to the court, then and to the jury, so they can get the whole display of who they get their information from, they shouldn't be allowed to be a witness unless they're on the case. Now, if you just flip as a co-defendant or whatever, that's cool, because now they can talk about, well, you were a defendant on this case and you played out in exchange for your testimony. So I feel like that's what should have happened. They should have had Woody on this case and had him do it like that. Since, again, two of the co-defendants, he already said, was his ace boon coon. They was always together. You know, he was the one who had the intel allegedly on this hit that was supposed to take place the night that he magically got arrested. That's just me, though. That's how I feel. Not just with this case, all cases. If you're going to use a person that's trying to get out of trouble to give you this information on the person that you want more, they need to be part of the case in order to get a deal.
0195.
No, they usually bring that up. Nick.
Is he talking to that young dog? Yup, Woody was never a co-defendant. We heard last night in the same day 87. This is why we're watching it, because I never watched it. We didn't run it over here. But Melnick said on the record that the state attorney's office back in October 2021 said Woody was either going to be a witness or a co-defendant. He never was named on this indictment, but he has been a witness since the first witness list came out. So that tells you a lot.
She didn't do it. She didn't do it.
But they've been doing that type of stuff for a long time. Because if y'all think about the mob cases and stuff, they be letting murderers out in order to get the name they want. Now, mind y'all, it don't even be about being a ruthless or the toughest one or the most whatever. They want the name. It's always they be chasing the name. You know, like even of the defendants that done got out on this case, they backgrounds, they just let them out because they want what? Young Thug. They been wanting Young Thug. When it comes to a career, these people at these tables, even the defense, attorneys, they want to further their career. Prosecutors, you know how good that's going to look on your resume? You know what I'm saying? You done took down Young Thug. Alleged menace to society. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be good on the resume. Shout out to SF.
In response to what the state just said, I would.
New subscriber here. Welcome to the truth team, okay? The jury needs to know the entire makeup of the so-called witness. True, like for real. Like, let me know who giving me my info. You know what I'm saying? Let me know where y'all get it from. Because obviously, y'all ain't showing nothing else as far as what the police did. And we all know it's corruption in almost every police department around the country. So, you know.
Just reiterate, when they talk about prejudice to who would be my first question. But also, Your Honor, regarding the misdemeanors, the state is suggesting that there's a ban on misdemeanors, if they're not felonies. But I would point, Your Honor, to 24-6-609A2, which reads evidence. This is what can be used to impeach as far as convictions. It says evidence that any witness has been convicted of a crime shall be admitted regardless of punishment. If it readily can be determined that establishing the elements of such crime.
In excess of 1 year. So it's got to be in excess of 1 year. For misdemeanor, that's why misdemeanors are usually disqualified.
I don't, where, I'm sorry, Your Honor, where are you seeing excess 1 year?
24-6-609 for purposes of attacking character untruth.
Right, but under A2, not A1, A2
A2.
allows, it's for crimes of dishonesty. The elements of such crime require proof or admission of an act of dishonesty or making a false statement.
Yeah, but
And
what are these misdemeanors?
they're misdemeanor theft by receiving some thefts. Those are dishonesty.
So that's a good question, Nikki. Nick said, how do the courts know if the jurors is watching outside sources? Do they know or not? They don't know. This is the makeup of our legal system. They have good faith onto it, right? So the jurors, they are in good faith. You ever heard in the court, this court, any court, right, where the judge will say in good faith, or the lawyers will say in good faith, or they say we'll accept your proffer, like we'll take your word for it. They have this good faith stance, right? So in good faith, they believe that the jurors are going to sit out and not look at nothing. They're not going to, you know what I'm saying? Well, we know that's bullshit. Now the question is, even if they watch it, will they still be able to be unbiased? You know what I'm saying? That's the question. But they take it in good faith. Like, we don't know, but we're going to take that you are going to be honest and truthful and stick to what I tell you and not watch. You know how many times as a kid, you done told your kids not to do something, they do it anyway? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of how I feel. Like, they know they watching it. I'll be honest. It's for real. It's like, how can I explain it? Like, think about it like this. When I covered the O Block trial, it was really bloggers covering it. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have the lawyers that's YouTubers covering it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't on Law and Crime, none of that, right? And it still was a question of, damn, will it get, you know, will the jurors see it? Because it had a pretty long trial. Same thing with the Melly case, right? You know what I'm saying? Melly case was a little bit more broader, right? And it was like, damn, did the jury watch this or whatever? Right, Benika? But with the Young Thug, when I say I done came across so many new content creators like that I wasn't aware of, that's lawyers and stuff that's covering this case day in, day out. It's all over the news, like the actual news is all over everywhere. You can't tell, you can't help but, man, you can just click on them. I have one of my other pages that I have on my TV, right? And I barely be on there. As soon as I go on that page, YSL. When I'm searching to see what's in the algorithm, YSL. You know what I'm saying? So, like, they can't help but to see it. But, you know, like I said, my argument, if I was on the defense, would be they done set out too long. For sure, they done set out too long. They want to know why the hell, hold on now. You know, like, we were supposed to be continuous for whatever. We ain't been in the courtroom in weeks. This shit is everywhere. Even if they ain't trying to look for it, they gonna see it. And I can look, the Atlanta news is definitely covering it. Because I always go down to the Atlanta news website to see if any breaking news would it happen. So hell, you cut your TV on, trying to watch the weather for tomorrow, and you're gonna see what's going on with the YSL case. So yeah, that's why I say ain't gonna be no way to get a fair trial at this point. Just off of that. Because you know the jury done watched. You know, good faith shit. They done watched. Okay? Hell, real quick, the freaking witness that's still on the stand done watched it. And my jaw dropped. When Kayla and Woody was on live. Woody, I don't know if a lot of people caught it. But I'm pretty sure if the defense attorneys and stuff is watching it, they probably caught it. Woody said, ain't that the judge that's handling he don't supposed to know that because he's still on the stand. He don't supposed to be keeping up with it. You get what I'm saying? So that right there says a lot. That even a witness know that the judge is being asked to be recused. You know what I'm saying? They don't supposed, because anything can influence the testimony. This is why I'm just like over here like going on this media tour is cool, but you can't talk about nothing case related. And although they're not getting into details about the case itself, same shit like that. One thing that one of my attorney mentors said to me, when it comes to criminal cases, you don't have the room or the margin of error to misspeak. You can argue all day you misspoke. But at the same time, that could be argued that you didn't misspeak, that you was telling the truth, that you knew a recusal was taking place when you should not have, because you're sworn in witness. Did you see that Bumpus and Thug's sister is best friend? So I didn't watch it in its entirety because I really didn't understand what the purpose of that was, other than I guess view related. But I mean, Kayla Bumpus made it clear she's born and raised in Atlanta, like she's tapped in with the city. So I mean, I'm not, I don't think it's not surprising that they would be like best friends or whatever. Or I'm not sure if they're best friends or whatever. Like she wouldn't have a close situation, to it. I'm pretty sure, to be honest, like if something took place here that was on national news, I can probably have some type of connection to it in a way. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's crazy or like too far-fetched to be like, oh my gosh, she knew. You could tell, like, shout out to Kayla Bumpus though, but you could tell she got a little hood in her. Like, I'm pretty sure she done. I don't know if she was like the new that just went to the hood and whatever, or if while she was practicing law, the type of clients, you gotta remember the type of clients that you come across as a defense attorney. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but yeah, I just think with Woody need to chill out, not talk about nothing, not even like, I know on lead attorney he talked about the corruption. I think at this point he don't need to talk about none of that. Okay. None of that, because he can slip up and say something that he shouldn't be saying, like knowing it's a recusal going on and who's covering the recusal. But remember, they got into saying, well, that judge handled my last case type thing. So, yeah, that's what I say. Y'all lawyers, keep him over there. So when this shit hit the fan, y'all take the fall. We don't want them problems over here, okay? We do not want them problems over here.
Okay, all right.
So I just wanted to say, so I don't agree with the wholesale just conclusion that misdemeanors are not admissible.
Okay, so the misdemeanors that involve theft,
We would
court
say,
is of the opinion, I would agree with you that they'd be admissible.
right. And so,
Because they're dishonesty.
yes, Sean.
Because they're dishonesty. State's shaking their head, but no, they're dishonest. they're dishonest. All right.
And then love, look, I was looking down. Okay. Yes. But Nika, listen, I was on that live like, yo, I ain't gonna lie. I be like, yo, chill. I just told y'all the other day, I was like in a chat that night, like, yo, don't watch the clips of the trial. The fuck y'all doing? Like, don't watch the clips, like, I'm like, what y'all doing? But hey, I'm just a viewer, but shit, okay?
Oh.
We have a case line. We have a case line.
Well, then come on. Bring it. Stop sitting back there and holding your tongue then. Tell me what it is.
284 Georgia Appeals 534.
Say again?
Admissibility State.
Hold on. Go ahead. What is it?
284 Georgia Appeals 534. And it says, for impeachment purposes, crimes of dishonesty were limited to those crimes that bear upon a witness's propensities to testify truthfully. According to misdemeanor theft by receiving stolen property was not a crime involving dishonesty.
Yeah, that's what it says, Mr. Sharp.
But the given false name is, so.
Given false name is?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's a 2007 case, which I believe is under the old evidence code.
And James.
And it also has, I'm just trying to, it's got a big yellow triangle.
Excuse me. Okay, and what is that case?
We maintain that the case is cited to good law. Those that are crimes of dishonesty are. We maintain that the Adams case is still good law, Your Honor, and that crimes of dishonesty do not include theft by receivings.
I would concur, Mr. Sharp. I'm going to go ahead and exclude those particular misdemeanors, okay?
Okay, so I say okay, not.
You've objected. You can have a continuing objection. I
Yes.
certainly understand for purposes of review.
I
Okay?
should say I understand the court's rule.
Okay, all right.
Regarding 09 SC 82479 10 SC 96938 we still have the probative value of credibility versus prejudice balancing that Your Honor needs to do.
I'm gonna rule that they're more probative than prejudicial, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
And that applies to 12 SC 110. I mean, that was one we weren't sure if it falls within the 10 years or not. That would apply.
Well, you don't know whether or not, have you found out whether or not?
Well, if you find it's more probative than prejudicial, then it really doesn't matter.
Which one are you talking about?
12 SC 110195.
That's the, what?
Entering autos. And the probation, I felt it was revoked, and I asked to look into it to see if it occurred within the 10 years. But if Your Honor is finding these prior convictions more probative, then it really doesn't matter.
Prejudicial, so it wouldn't make a difference.
Okay. Thank you.
You're allowing them in, Your Honor?
I'm gonna allow them in.
Thank you.
I'm gonna allow them in.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
While you're calling in the jury, Your Honor, can I just take a comfort break? If I'm going to call the jury in, I can do it at the same time.
All right.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take 10 minutes, take a comfort break, and we'll see where the day leads us at that point in time, okay? All right.
That we had some objections to, if you recall, and we kind of put a pin in it because the state said that it was just a large amount and they were going to narrow it down what they were admitting or seeking to admit. Well, now we have a PowerPoint. It looks like they redacted some of the things that were going to be our concerns, but I'm just going to ask, I hope Your Honor understands we just received this and we're going to over lunch look at the proposed exhibits. And if we have any specific objections after their redactions, we'll bring that to Your Honor's attention, if that's okay.
That's what you told me, so I certainly understand that.
Right. So what happened since that hearing or that discussion was the state did make some redactions, and I think that addressed possibly all of our issues, but at least some of them. But we just received this, so we'll report back to the court whenever the whenever Your Honor wants to
Okay,
hear
but
from us.
remember, a jury's been here since 8:30.
No, I understand that.
So I'd like to kind of go ahead and get started.
Well, if Your Honor wants to go through these one by one, we can. We just literally
Oh, you
just
can do
got
that
this.
during lunch. That's fine.
Okay, okay.
But you know, this is, you know, I know that you all we should have been working on these prior to that. So, okay.
Yes, we just got this.
Okay, but you had the larger exhibit for the.
And we brought those to your attention last week.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
I remember. Okay. All right. All right, Deputy Ham, summon our jurors, please. Oh, we're waiting. Where's Mr. Melnick? And Mr. Copeland? He's waiting. Okay. All right.
Your Honor, Mr. Melvin has been gone for about 30 and 35 minutes.
Can we call him, please? Or tell him that we are going to need him back for 1:15? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you, Deputy Ham. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. Oh, I know y'all sound weak. I know you've been wondering, well, what are they doing? I remember I told you there are times that we have to work, and this morning's been one of those such times. So please, as we've indicated before, thank you for your patience. Given that I just wanted you all to know that we hadn't forgotten about you, but that we are going to go ahead and formally just break for lunch at this point in time. Okay, so what I'm going to have you do is come back for 1:15 It's about almost 12:15 right now. Come back for 1:15. We'll go ahead and see where the day leads us at that point in time, okay? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess till 1:15. We'll see you then, okay? All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. I'll see you all back at 1:15.
Your Honor, I did send that text, a call and some text messages to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown.
My bad, y'all. I had to take a call. Okay. What's up, Big D? What's up, D Moore? All right. So I think the next part. So what's going okay. So to my understanding this day, right? Remember, I showed y'all where I was watching Infamous Sylvia on this day, right? And how she said during her lunchtime recap There was commotion going on in the hallway with Woody. Woody was saying he was just going to go to jail. He even posted it, okay? Posted it on his social media, okay? I put on my story, oh my, I be damned. Woody is going to plead the fifth. So this was all before what happens next. So my question to you guys is this. If Sylvia knew this was transpiring, do you think the state of Georgia, the prosecutors knew that what was about to take place before they allowed Woody to get on the stand? Y'all let me know. And I'm about to fast forward to them coming in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Deputy Ham. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. All right. Without further delay, we're going to go ahead and call the next witness. State.
Your Honor, Ms. Hilton calls Kenneth Copeland to the stand.
All right, summon Mr. Copeland, please.
Your Honor, here is that Mr. Copeland is.
All right, here it comes.
Now I got another question, okay? Because Nikki said they knew. Should it be, because we're going to see another part of this too. Should the judge, right, find fault on the defense team for not bringing it to the light, okay? Y'all let me know what y'all think about it.
All right, Mr. Copeland, go ahead and approach the witness stand. Before you sit down, if you would turn and face Deputy Hand and be sworn as a witness.
You swear affirm testimony to everybody get reported the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, self?
Yes.
You make me see you state your first and last name with the spelling of both, please.
You say that again?
State your first and last name with the spelling of both, please.
Kenneth Copeland.
Mr. Copeland, do me a favor, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone and speak directly into it so we can all hear you. So if you could state and spell your first and last name for the record, please.
Kenneth Copeland.
Spell it, please.
KENNETHCOPELAND.
All right, thank you, sir. All right.
And Mr. Copeland, good afternoon. Do you want to be here?
Ma'am,
Do you want to be here?
I'm here.
Okay. Are you going to let me ask you some questions?
Okay.
How old are you?
Grown.
Okay, what does grown mean?
I'm an adult.
Okay. And when you say you're an adult, what number in you?
I ain't gonna lie. Y'all, looking at this, the look in this dude's eyes got me thinking something ain't right. If it was me, I would have said, Judge, let's have a recess or something, because look how he looking. He looking like something ain't right. It's the look in his eye right now in this frame. Look how he looking, like for real. Love was about to tell the judge, but you see that judge cut her off and said, "Here you come." Hey, if that may be true, but Love don't mind popping shit any other time. She should have popped shit quicker and said, "No, judge, like this is like." She should have popped shit quicker, because look how he looking. Compared to, now remember, we left off last night at the part where he came back from talking with Melnick and decided he was going to, testify. How he looked then and how he looked now is totally different.
Years are you?
I plead the fifth.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I get you to step outside to your headquarters of jury deliberation, please?
All right, for sure.
This part here, I'll be honest. At this moment, a mistrial should have been granted. At this moment, to me, my opinion, a mistrial should have been granted at this moment, because the witness pled the fifth in front of the jury. At that point, you cannot determine what that will cause as far as in the minds of the jury moving forward and when it's time to deliberate. But we all know now, if y'all listen to my video, right? Judge Glanville, in my opinion, has an issue with granting mistrials. And I feel like it could be because of a case. And shout out to Catnat Williams. I learned this on her channel when I was watching her live the other day in regards to a 2016 case where Judge Glanville granted a mistrial, right, in opening statements. He didn't want the jury to just linger around. And by granting that mistrial, ultimately, defendant was let off on a murder charge. They could not retry him. And I feel like, although, you know, outside looking in, we thought that everything was because of the military, the support dog. And I said it might be part, but hell, he might still be having nightmares about letting accused murderer walk. And I'm gonna pull it up so everybody can see, because like it's actually something you can just look up. So he might still got PTSD off that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Mr. Copeland, given the fact that you have invoked your Fifth Amendment privilege, but the state has already given you immunity under 24-5-507, this court holds you in willful contempt, and we'll see you on Monday.
All right, pause. Now listen. Infamous Sylvia. Now again, shout out to her, okay? Because she be down there every day up in the courtroom, all right? And this been a long ass trial, all right? And she be down there every day. You know, I may go for a couple days, but every day, she be down there every day, getting the ins and outs of what's going on. She said, man, I don't know what part of her live. Hold on, because I rather y'all just hear it from her. And this is her giving her recollection of that day. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. If y'all have not, make sure y'all subscribe to her. I'm pretty sure most of y'all are, but I like watching her, especially for this case, because look, she be popping her stuff, okay? And it's first-hand knowledge of what she saw, you know, from her view, of course. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Play something over and over and over, okay? So if you're coming in here, you don't.
But she be having to pop her stuff like I be having to pop my stuff, because sometimes people don't be understanding.
The observer, I knew.
Okay, so hold on. Let's go back. Because she gonna say.
Open made that known to officers of the prosecution teams et al., all of them, because
He said his old name. If I was judge, I wouldn't say defense, the state, the media, the deputies. We knew. Okay.
I say, is this the part she gonna say?
Because you know, George even put it in his paper, in his motion. I mean, in his article about us knowing.
Knowing. Okay. She said they were approached by the deputies not to record Lil Woody being arrested. Now, mind you, we just watched it in real time. He pled the fifth. Okay. Well, he came in from lunch, got the questioning. He pled the fifth, and the judge immediately told the jury to leave, told him he's being held in willful contempt, and he's getting arrested. So no pauses, no breaks. So how can you tell me that they did not know he was gonna get up there and do that if they never stopped? It went like, let's watch that again. It never stopped. All right, let's run it one time. They never stopped. So they had to already know if they gave pre-warning to the media not to record him getting arrested before he even played the field.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Deputy Ham. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. All right. Without further delay, we're going to go ahead and call the next witness. State.
Your Honor, Ms. Hilton calls Kenneth Copeland to the stand.
All right, summon Mr. Copeland, please.
And look, y'all see how Love was just looking? Look, this is my opinion, but she knew some shit was about to go on. Look how she was looking in the face. Look how she was looking in the face. Well, she could just have that demeanor, but she still was looking crazy.
Your Honor, here is that Mr. Copeland is. Your Honor.
I just.
Okay. I see what y'all was saying just now about Love. It makes sense because the way she looked at him, right, with like disgust, disgrace, right? But it's on her still because she should have spoke up quicker. And then the judge, one thing about this judge, okay, he be quick to get to talking. He don't listen well. He don't listen well because not only was Love saying something, I think that was Shannon Stillwell lawyer that was about to say something too. Now, mind you, these two people, now we can only assume what they was about to say. But in a few minutes, we're going to see him get on another lawyer about not saying nothing, but he done cut off two people. But I still feel if this was my big case that I'm trying, I wouldn't care what the judge is. I'm like, no, Your Honor, it's very important. Like, wait, I need to tell you this.
Here it comes. All right, Mr. Copeland, go ahead and approach witness stand. Before you sit down, if you would turn and face.
Oh, yeah, she got urgency. Y'all see how she was looking to who she was talking to? Yeah, they let this happen. All right. So, boom, the big break. All right. While they were on break, Infamous Sylvia was on her live. Okay. Y'all can go check it out. It's her lunch recap video, day 87. That's still available on her page. Okay. Day 87. She sat there and gave behind the scenes commentary about what she witnessed in the hallway with Woody, about even showing the screen grab off his social media, him in the same outfit we see him just walk in the courtroom with, saying that he's about to go to jail, this and that, all during this break. Okay. Now, the state, DA Love was about to attempt to say something to the judge. The judge cut her off. One of the defense attorneys went to say something. He cut him off. And now they're proceeding to continue with the witness.
Deputy Hand be sworn as a witness.
You swear affirm testimony to everybody get reported the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, help?
Yes.
Maybe see, you state your first and last name with the spelling of both.
Yeah, I don't even believe that yet.
You say that again?
State your first and last name with the spelling of both, please.
Kenneth Copeland.
Mr. Copeland, do me a favor, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone and speak directly into it so we can all hear you. So if you could state and spell your first and last name for the record, please.
Kenneth Copeland.
Spell it, please.
KENNETHCOPELAND.
Thank you, sir. All right.
And Mr. Copeland, good afternoon. Do you want to be here?
Ma'am,
Do you want to be here?
I'm here.
And another thing, Hilton ass knew. She knew. Because if Love knew, she knew. And she just went on to say it. She could have asked the judge right there for a recess to confirm that he's going to continue on. But she didn't. Her first damn question was, do you want to be here? We already know he don't want to be there. Who want to be a fucking witness in a case? We already know that. We already know that. That still doesn't take away from the fact they knew what was about to take place.
Okay. Well, are you gonna let me ask you some questions?
Okay.
How old are you?
That wasn't even
Grown.
believable.
Okay, what does grown mean?
I'm an adult.
Okay. And when you say you're an adult, what number in years are you?
I plead the fifth.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I get you to step outside to your headquarters of jury deliberation, please?
All right, for sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Mr. Copeland, given the fact that you have invoked your Fifth Amendment privilege, but the state has already given you immunity under 24-5-507, this court holds you in willful contempt, and we'll see you on Monday. And we'll see if we can get some more testimony at that point in time. Take them into custody.
Now, listen, no break. No breaks. They had no break. Even Law and Crime moved the camera up to the sign. Now, this is the thing, right? Did they come and say, don't record him getting arrested in the last few seconds behind the scenes, right? Or was it before he took the stand? So what I want to do, damn, what is his name? George. Is it? Shoot, where's the lawyer name? I want to see what his article said. Yeah, George Cheaty. When did he say they came and told him? Let me see. Okay, so how do I find out where his articles are? Okay, let's read this real quick. All right, so I'm gonna start right here. Before we get into today's madness, I like to discuss what happened in court when Kenneth Copeland took the stand Friday. If this trial is a drama, you wouldn't build the story around Young Thug. You would build it around Lil Woody. Copeland is the Queasy everyman surrounded by forces larger than himself, and I know I probably definitely pronounced that wrong, whose life circumstances and bad decisions have led to extraordinary turmoil for everyone around him. He's a survivor of chaos of his own making, though you might wonder how. I'm not even gonna lie, that's a good put together damn description. I'm not even gonna lie, because this definitely the Woody show right now. For shit show. And now that we can trace back the makings of the RICO to Woody getting arrested back in October 2021, that is out hell. I definitely want to word it that way, but it definitely same thing. I'm gonna skip some of that, but y'all go read it. I just want to get to what happened in court. All right, so let's see. All right, let's see. If a witness is going to plead the field and a lawyer knows that, they're not supposed to call the witness to the stand to avoid that scenario. Still called for a mistrial, but before he could get the words out, Glanville told him that the prosecution couldn't have known that Woody would do that, since last thing he said in court after some surly resistance was that he was going to testify, which is true. We just watched it, right? As far as what he said before they went on the break. And I have to call bullshit on that. This is what the reporter who, again, infamous Sylvia, said they were sitting next to each other the day of this situation, okay, June 7th. Glanville knew there was a reasonable basis for the prosecution to know Woody would pull that stunt, because I knew and I told him. I should have had my sound bar plugged up. I got to get back to using my sound bar, because that definitely needs some noise in the background, okay? Here we go. Just about to answer our question. 5 minutes. I'm right here for those who's reading on their own. 5 minutes before Copeland took the stand, okay? 5 minutes before he took the stand and was summarily carted to jail, 2 sheriff's deputies pulled me, the video camera operator for Law and Crime, and Sylvia, I can't pronounce her last name, out of court to tell us not to record an arrest if they had to cuff him in court. I protested, and the deputy said the instructions came from Glanville and that the judge would put it on record if I asked him to. So before he took the stand, now again, and we're about to watch that part where the judge says they couldn't have known it, right? But no breaks happened between the time Woody came back in to get on the stand and him getting arrested. It wasn't no breaks. No breaks whatsoever. So for them to be able to come talk to the reporters, the observers, before he took the stand, they knew it. And it's right there. Now, I'm going to be honest. Chidi, he probably don't care that he's going to be a witness. A shit show. He's going to have to be a witness. Because he can attest to this, right? And this not the first time Chidi, that's really like kind of part of his history as a reporter. You know, he was called in on the Trump voting thing too. So he's probably down with it. He like whatever. But he's definitely gonna have to be called a witness. Infamous Sylvia may be one too, because again, she was present for her. She had spoken out on her own page and said, yes, I am a first-hand witness to this. They told us before he took the stand. Throw the whole case away. There's no way they can salvage this. At this point, I think they just saving face, because there's no way they can save this without it. Even if they got a conviction, it's gonna get fucking overturned. It's gonna get thrown out because they fucked it up. It ain't no other way around. And that makes sense, because he moved that camera, or she, I'm not sure if it's a he or she, moved that camera immediately.
All right. State, do you have any other witnesses you plan on calling this afternoon? No. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'll call our jury and tell them that you're going to be in recess for the weekend, and we'll come back on Monday.
And look, he just sitting up there like it's just a regular day in the office. Like you wasn't just in cahoots, okay, with the prosecution to allow a witness to come in a plead the fifth in front of the jury, and y'all already knew it was gonna take place. Now that's some shit. He up there with a straight face. Hey, y'all got anybody else y'all want to call? Okay, well, we'll be back at it on Monday. Straight face. They all manipulative.
And then, Your Honor, the jury is excused. Would you please entertain a motion for a mistrial?
Mr. Steele, I'll entertain it right now.
I didn't want to hold the jury, but that'll be fine.
Short, I'm not sure how you pronounce his name, but Shannon Stillwell lawyer, he be right there on the heels of Steele. Like, they like be like in tune with each other. He be like, hell yeah, what he said. Okay, they be on Vanville ass and that state ass for sure.
And what's the basis for your mistrial? We didn't know he was going to invoke. We didn't know what he was.
Now, I said this when I first heard, who the hell is we? We didn't know he was going to do that. The man ain't even said nothing. The man ain't said nothing. Still, lips ain't moved. Still ain't said nothing. He just walking, you know. And that's, y'all ever heard like somebody say, you told on yourself, you telling on yourself. Like, you telling on yourself, Judge. Because he ain't saying nothing. Now, some people can assume, obviously, it's about that. Hell nah. Like I tell y'all, the judge don't listen. He talk too quick for his own good. He put his own foot in his mouth. Because for one, who is we? Exactly. Guilty conscience. The court is an entity by itself. The court does not include the prosecution's office. Now, it is on the basis of the attorney, not the judge. Attorneys, right? They're supposed to bring it to the court's attention. So for him to say, we didn't know, so now you work for the prosecution, I guess. Because what we are you? The court is a singular entity. So who is the we? Oh, the other people that would benefit from this not being a mistrial, which is the state. Of course, that's my opinion, but come on. Call a spade a spade.
He's going to testify to, and I certainly didn't let him. He was only asked one question. So at this point in time, there's really, I mean, you can't knowingly let a witness.
Smitty, guess what? It's Friday. Shout out to Smitty's Corner. But listen, in this moment, I feel the PTSD from the 2016 case came into play. Remember the one I was telling y'all where he granted a mistrial and then bit him in his ass? And I feel like this moment, probably some of that came back. Because he fast. I mean, the man ain't even got to the podium. He just like, sir, wait for him to say something. Okay? Like, say something. You just like the man ain't even did the argument yet. Or maybe he just missed, maybe he needs to be an attorney again. Cause I don't know, but he just like shh. Y'all ever, I know I done had to do this with my kids before. They know they be no fucked up, right? And then you tell them to come here, they just saying everything. You be like, shut up, I ain't asked you nothing yet. Like what you like, I ain't asked you nothing yet. But they just want to explain. And they don't even know what you about to say. But they just want to explain. This is how I felt in this moment when I rewatched it. Because at first, like I said, I didn't watch this day. I only saw the clips that went through, you know, on the blog. But when I came and watched it in its entirety, I'm like, yeah, that was his guilty conscience for sure. Eating his ass up. And he felt like the solution was to talk quick.
Invoke their Fifth Amendment privilege under the of a jury, but that didn't happen in this case. Last thing we heard from Mr. Colton was he was going to testify.
So everything you say, I'll adopt because I was about to say those words. Based upon information belief, I'd like to call witnesses from the prosecution. I was told, I do not have the personal information, but I was told that Mr. Copeland made that known to officers of the prosecution team prior to being called right now.
But it's what I was told. I mean, the last thing the court knew, and he has counsel.
If a party knows that a witness is going to invoke the Fifth Amendment in front of a jury, which poisons us, I mean, there's no doubt it prejudices Mr. Williams et al. all of them, because this trial's been going on now, I believe, 8 months in front of a jury. And they've heard Mr. Copeland's name however many times a court reporter says.
Casey, that's what we've heard.
No,
So,
the jurors have heard Kenneth Copeland.
and as well,
I
okay.
hope on him that he's the killer.
He like judge. This be the thing, right? Sometimes in many things, we got to know when it's time to let it go. And I think Judge Glanville is a prime example. It's time to let it go. Just like President Biden, it's time to let it go. It just be time to let it go. Because when you don't let it go and you go past the date, big mistakes start happening. And this is a prime example of it.
We cross-examined all these witnesses about Kenneth Copeland. The state talked about Kenneth Copeland. My point is, if this honorable court finds that the state knew or had reason to believe that he was going to do this in front of a jury, that his response was going to be, I'm invoking the Fifth Amendment, then, Your Honor, yes, I adopt what you said. That's wrong of the party, and I'm moving for mistrial.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, sir. Thank you.
He
All right.
got it.
Yes, sir. It would apply to everyone.
All right, now pause. Now remember, at the beginning, Nikki called it out first, right? That Love was going to say something to the judge before Kenneth Copeland came in. So you would think what her ass about to do, if she's really taking the law truthfully and honestly, like her oath to the bar is, she will be about to set this shit straight. So y'all put a 1 in the chat. If y'all think she about to set it straight, put a 2 if you think she ain't about to set it straight.
Yes, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, I'd just like to put some things on the record regarding Mr. Copeland. As we stated earlier, Mr. Copeland has...
I don't want to interrupt you. Your Honor, I'm just telling the court I am not accepting the proffer.
Your Honor, if I may...
Okay, but counsel gets the proffer, Mr. Steele. That's my...
And for those who don't know, proffer means truthful statement. So what she is about to say is supposed to be the truth and nothing but the truth. Okay? That is what's supposed to be taking place right now. So keep that in mind. That is what's supposed to be taking place. So I got my notepad ready and my pen because I'm about to see what she about to say. It's supposed to be truthful. That's what proffer is.
I can accept that. So could you sit down at that time, sir?
Sit down.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Love, you can complete your proffer at this point.
Your Honor, yes. Just to relate to the court the observations that members of our office have made throughout the course of this morning and throughout the time that we've been dealing with Mr. Copeland. Our cause for concern is Mr. Copeland's communication that he is going to us, that he is going to speak, that he is going to speak on the stand, that he is going to testify, and watching what happens when Mr. Copeland gets on the stand. Mr. Copeland did not want to have to be taken into custody. The court gave him the opportunity to have present in court with him someone who is supposed to be representing his best interests. What we have seen is communication, both verbal and nonverbal, between Mr. Copeland's supposed counsel and counsel for defendant.
Love ass is full of shit. Her ass up there deflecting, playing the blame game. So instead of her getting up there saying, hey, Your Honor, I was trying to tell you, shit, you should have put the blame on the judge. Your Honor, I was trying to tell you before he even took stand what happened in the hallway and all that. That's what I was trying to put on record. But instead, she's going on there to put the blame on Woody's lawyer in the defense. Is what live? Is the court? No, the court is not live. This is old live, day 87. Just let that sink in. She gets her ass up there. Now, mind you, we saw that she had something to say before Woody got on the stand. But she was cut off by the judge. And the first thing her ass get up to this podium after they know they fucked up, the judge know they fucked up, she gonna sit here and say, they, so now it's the defense fault because y'all fucked up.
And a look as if I tried from Mr. Copeland's supposed counsel in the direction of counsel for the defendants after Mr. Melnick attempted to assert for Mr. Copeland. May I finish?
Let her finish, Mr. Melnick. Please sit down. I'll let you start. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
While Mr. Copeland is on the stand stating that he wants to testify, that he will testify rather. So we are watching, and Mr. Melnick, I believe.
Now, hold on for a second, because she's saying, oh, well, he was willing to, at first he said he didn't want to testify, then he said he wanted to testify, then he said, oh, I'm confused, I think I said the wrong thing. So then he came back and said, I am going to testify, and then the whole thing in the hallway in between. So, like, man, what did you say? Like, you saying, oh, well, what he told us. He done told the court multiple different things. So, what you talking about? Like, where are you going with it? That's how you know we should have caught it then. That's the bullshit hadn't happened. We should have caught it then.
It may even be captured on film. The court can look at it. Mr. Melnick turns to the direction of counsel for the defense.
Hey, that just made me think about something. I know this is a little off topic a little bit. Remember when the judge was like, oh, the video of Caleb Bumpus talking to the defense attorney? Bet you love was the one who turned that shit in. Because you see, oh, it probably was captured on film, even though she's talking about something else. Since she loved the hint at film, which, side note, the time frame that she put in her motion that's supposed to see this shrug or whatever between Melnick, and still nobody's able to find it. So her ass just be talking. So this proffer is not a proffer, it's a lie. She's a liar. She makes the DA's office look real bad. And you know what? And y'all know before Love, the last prosecutor that I didn't care for in a particular case they was working was Bradley. Okay. And I felt like Bradley was too far into it and got too emotionally invested. And that is in the YNW Miller case for those who don't know. But Love is make Bradley look like a saint. Okay. Now, Bradley omitted some shit for sure. Okay. But I don't recall her lying that we caught at trial. This one here lies. When her back is against the wall, she throw hissy fits. Okay. She definitely got an attitude problem. And her being a black woman, okay, showing all that attitude already frowned upon, because you know they already think all black women got attitude problems. Okay. She's a bully to Hilton. Okay. Hell, the day they say Hilton cried, it probably was because of Love. Because all you see is her freaking passing sticky notes, writing on them notebooks. Her ass want to be the one up there talking to Woody. And she ain't want Hilton to do it. But I say all this to say this. This is the people we supposed to believe to proffer something. It's a bunch of bullshit. That's just my opinion, though. Let me make sure I add that part to that part. Just my opinion, though.
Defendants' emotions like, that's it. Then,
hell, you do that all day long. Like, who are you to call out somebody's fucking body language when we see you all day long? Routine. We only spent 2 weeks watching a trial, if that. And how many times I had to stop, pause, try to like, what the fuck is she over there rolling the eye for, turning the neck like she 2 or 12? You know what I'm saying? So the audacity that she has to sit there and talk about somebody's body language is crazy to me. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, please.
Upon information and belief. As we are standing out waiting for the jury to come in, Mr. Copeland requests to speak with counsel for the state, but Mr. Melnick keeps walking in. Then, as
Does he at any point in time tell you I'm not going to testify? I'm vote the Fifth Amendment.
No. As what happens as Mr. Copeland.
I mean, Melnick is his attorney. That's his right to do it. It's his attorney. That's why his ass is there. It's his attorney. And y'all tell me what y'all think about this. Because I just caught that the judge was like, Did he tell you he was gonna not test? I mean, invoke his testimony? Like, does it like is it different? Not going to testify. I mean, is it different? Did he tell you that? And I feel like that was like one of those ways to kind of clean up their mess, because maybe his wording in the hallway was he's not going to testify. So I'm gonna ask him, like, did he say he gonna plead the fifth? Like, but he told y'all in the hallway he wasn't gonna testify.
Requested to speak with the state, Mr. Melnick keeps going in regardless of Mr. Copeland's request to speak with the state. And then we learn that Mr. Melnick tells Mr. Copeland they are going to hammer you. So Ms. Hilton comes back in and asks me, had I spoken with Mr. Melnick? Had I told him that we are going to hammer Mr. Copeland? The state had not made any such communication with anybody. So what we are seeing, we believe, is tampering with witnesses. This particular
this chick here, tampering with the witness is what they doing. Because for one, y'all already try to pull the wool over everybody's eyes and say, oh, we didn't know he had an attorney. When hell, I showed y'all last night on live by just going to the public record. Public meaning anybody can access it. We were able to determine that Melnick was the last active attorney for Kenneth Copeland. We did this in real time last night. If y'all missed it, y'all make sure y'all go watch it. We did it in real time. He was the most recent active attorney. He was in conversation with these particular DAs in 2023 because of the case that Woody was fighting. And I said it last night and I'll say it again. Yes, I agree with you. That's why I couldn't be no DA. Because everybody thinks just because they're supposed to be for the victims, supposed to be for justice, that they ass don't play the game fucked up. They do. And here we are. But they like to throw, it costs millions and millions of dollars. Well, guess what? If not they millions, they gonna still get they income for the year. It's the taxpayers. So next time you run into a pothole, next time the light don't fucking work, a tree fall down and it's stuck there, and utility and power lines is all fucked up, and I'm just adding shit on, remember this case, because this is where your money went, to pay for this bullshit here, okay? To pay for this shit here. It's crazy. And like I said, all they had to do, now if I was able to do it just through public record, they got access to Odyssey. They got access to what the defense don't even have access to. They could have took the time to verify that shit. They chose not to. Because guess what? They was tampering with a witness. Since that's the word she just used. Hell, y'all ass tampering with a fucking witness.
Witness on the part of people who are not the state. So we are concerned. I don't know that Mr. Copeland's interest is being represented when that interest may not be in alignment with the people.
I'll say this too. They don't represent his interest. Do you understand that? Like, this is the part that I thought was one. Now, I did hear this part originally. This is the part that blew my mind. How can you sit here as your argument? Now, she indirectly showed those shade, but still about to correct her ass in just a few minutes. But she's sitting here talking about who's not in the best. You're not in the best interest of Woody. Y'all forcing him on the stand when he told y'all repeatedly he doesn't want to testify. He told y'all this, and y'all doing it because y'all need the interrogation videos from 2015 put on a record, because that's where the information y'all want the jury to hear is located. Period. Again, I've said it multiple times. Woody put himself in this situation for shit show. He brought up Young Thug name in that 2021 interrogation. That's on him. I say that. But in this moment, like I said, Woody thought he was playing the state. The state was playing his ass. They ain't care. They knew he was a compulsive liar. They knew he was a mass manipulator. But they just needed his ass in that seat to say he lied, which I really believe he lied. I think he has been the most honest on the stand. because it's actually some shit he got to face. Okay. I do think he lied. Do I think he lied about everything? No, but I do think he lied. When we watch a little bit of the 2021 interrogation, I pointed out how you can see he was playing the field. He was trying to see if they was going to take the bait. So y'all just want to take down and win this case. You, meaning Love, Hilton, Fannie Willis. This case is what's going to take y'all career to the next level. Or this case is going to be the case that fucking blackens y'all records forever. This is why I say justice, they don't, man, state attorney's office ain't about no damn justice. Because if it was, they wouldn't keep up with a conviction rate. It wouldn't be about a conviction rate. Period. You got a fucked up conviction rate, your ass would not be working at any DA's office. That's facts. You will not. That's why they do anything and they dig their heels and sometimes be illegal, not proper, the shit they do because they have to win cases. They have to. Matt said it does seem like he's trying to help get cases dismissed, even though he the main reason for all this. Woody ain't dumb. I'm gonna be honest. And again, I support Woody and his progression now and what he's trying to do with himself. But as far as I gotta call a spade and be honest when I'm reacting to the case itself, not him personally or his life, but this case. He ain't trying to get it dismissed. He just finally being honest and just letting me know. I told y'all I was a liar. I told y'all I put that shit on our boys because y'all was hunting me down. I said it before everything even hit the fan when we was reacting to it. I said he just told him that. He said, hey, they wanted young thugs. Shit, I'm just about to play the game. And that's what he said. So I don't think he's actually trying to do. I just feel like he's just letting them know. That's on y'all taking my word like that, creating a fucking RICO case when y'all know I be lying. Like he pretty much said the police, the detectives know he's just gonna have a bunch of bullshit to say. So it's just, this is like karma. You take the word of a habitual liar, create this, the foundation. I mean, the foundation of this case is rocky and fucked up anyway. But y'all take the word of this person and build this massive case. Oh, Fannie Willis doing press conference and oh yeah, we going down in history. Okay, we about to take over, and boom, look where we at, a fucking shit show.
People that Mr. Melnick is communicating with on breaks and after Mr. Copeland has communicated to this court, he will testify. So watching the goings on as Mr. Copeland is not on the stand, it has been publicized, it has been hyped up that Mr. Copeland is the next witness. Mr. Copeland is the witness. And then Mr. Copeland, he's been nothing but cordial. He's been nothing but communicative with Ms. Hilton during the time that she has been interviewing him and speaking.
Says who though? Says who? Now, mind you, this was before Woody actually started testifying, okay? So this is before all the funny moments. What is her definition of cordial and communicative? Like, what is her definition of that? Because it seems like to me, okay, she was getting problems with Woody from the start because it's his demeanor. We done seen how Woody interacts with Caleb Bumpus. He's defiant. You can watch him interact with fans and stuff on his lives. You can see his actual demeanor. And she want to paint this picture like, oh yeah, he was just so sweet and stuff to her. It wasn't no problem. Come on, man. I doubt it. That's just my opinion. It was as easy going as she trying to make it seem.
Speaking with him. And the reason Ms. Hilton was not in here just now when the jury came out is that Mr. Copeland asked to speak with Ms. Hilton. But Mr. Melnick kept going back in there and going back in there and going back in there. And the reason that we have a problem with this is that Mr.
Copeland, Love just told on Hilton. Hilton fucking knew. Hilton took her ass out there, whether he wanted to talk to her or not. For all we know, he told Hilton what he was about to do. And she thought she could, and I told y'all, I feel like it'd be like a weird vibe with her. Like she be trying to seduce him, not like on no sexual stuff, but like seduce him, like that's her approach to him, like a seducing vibe type thing. I can't really explain it, but y'all know I've said it a few times. And I feel like she thought her ass was gonna go in there and talk her talk, and the way she talk her talk and change his mind. But in actuality, she should have paused from calling him as a witness. So Hilton knew, for sure. Hilton knew. What's the reason Love can't examine Woody? Hilton is even an ex parte meeting. Love was there till Woody came, then she left. Just seems weird. I think like in a case, you have like different roles, and I think this was like Hilton's particular role was to work this witness. I think it's just a matter of roles. Yeah, that's just my opinion though. I really don't think it's like she can't, but it's just not her role to do it, if that makes sense. Just like we haven't seen this this guy get up yet. Well, it probably have gotten up. I don't even know. But everybody got a different role. You know what I'm saying? And I think Hilton's role is just to handle Woody. Maybe it could, but nothing on Hilton. I haven't done my homework to look at past cases, but you can tell she wasn't prepared for that type of witness. Love seemed like she wanted to jump in Hilton's body plenty of times to question Woody. But Woody is just, again, it's, hey, this is what happened when you make a compulsive liar, a mass manipulator, a witness. We seen it, or y'all heard about it from the O Block case. They have plenty of on it. But the bad part is when you have those type of witnesses and then you're not following the law to a T, and you got them sharks over there on the defense team that see it for what it is. Listen.
Copeland is not facing any charges. For Mr. Melnick to suggest or say to him that we're going to hammer him, it causes us to call into question whose interests he's representing.
But that is the truth, though. Like, let's really be honest. Like, now, again, this is day one. Woody hasn't actually begun to testify yet, right? But y'all do hammer him. We done seen him get frustrated. Y'all do hammer him. And if he get frustrated with y'all, you already know Steele, okay, Weinstein, all of them, they about to fucking fuck this nigga over on the stand. For real. We about to really hear all the shit that Woody probably ain't never got caught doing, but it's about to come out. Like, they is gonna go. So, as an attorney, in my opinion, I feel like he should have told his ass that. You get your ass up there on that stand, that fucking immunity deal is not sealed or tight sealed where you're protected. Because we have already learned that now that even in the emails, what's his name? Melnick said, hey, I would have had got them a better word in the shit. That shit is not tight. So hell yeah, me just outside looking in. I don't see nothing wrong with if Melnick told him that, because that is the truth. You have to be truthful with your client. Like my dad's attorney, when she talked to us plain and clear. If she would have said something like that, I wouldn't have took that out of context. I would have took that as the truth. Like, you got to be prepared. You're not just about to talk to me. The prosecution gonna have to talk to you too, and they gonna come with the gloves off. So if they're telling the truth about that's what they heard, I feel like they're trying to blow it to be a different context, but that's the truth. Woody, I'm trying to say his name correctly, but Woody already shows the intellect ain't there, like on a educational like front. I done told y'all, no shade in him. You could tell he's not highly educated, but he's not stupid. Not calling him stupid, just say on the education. He definitely street smart. But what I'm saying is, so for Melnick to go in there and use big ass words, he's not gonna fucking understand. He's not gonna understand. But if he go in there and say, hey, they're gonna hammer you, I'm pretty sure Woody would have known what that meant. And I just feel like Love is using this just to run a play when she knew what the hell he was referring to. Like, for real. You're supposed to use the words that goes with your client. For example, like I said, I use my dad's situation all the time. The way the attorney talks to my dad is not the same way she talks to me. Because she knows I understand a lot of the meaning of the words that she's using. My dad does not. Even before this case and the past cases, he didn't understand, and he would come to me and like, what does this mean? They don't be understanding. So in a lack of better term, you kind of have to dumb it down, right? Mickey True platform started because I was able to interpret what's going on in cases and paperwork and explain it what everybody that watch me can understand. You don't have to be law educated. You don't have to be this. You could just be an everyday listener and you can understand it. At the same time, if a lawyer watches my channel, they can say, okay, well, she get the meaning of it because they can understand what I'm saying. That's the whole point of being an attorney. You have to make sure your client understands what you're saying. You can't just go out there throwing words. So I just feel like she's just running amok on that. Like, for real, she know better.
And so we would ask that, you know, what I haven't even thought of in my mind an appropriate remedy at this point, because it is wrong for parties to inject themselves on behalf of purportedly one person. And I don't know, I guess they're, you know, I don't know what's going on, but I can say that this entire day, starting from the point at which Mr. Melnick is invoking Mr. Copeland's Fifth Amendment right after Mr. Copeland has said he's going to testify, has gone a little off rails, and it's a little bit concerning. So, Your Honor, as to this motion for a mistrial, we would argue that it's.
She talks in fucking circles. She talks in circles. Like, I come in, and this has nothing to do with color. For anybody that's going to try to run that, this has nothing to do with color. But if you compare how Love talked to Ashley Merchant, is totally different. If you look at how Ashley Merchant comes and like when she responded to the judge and was going back and forth with the judge, she was clear, she was precise and direct on what she's saying. Love be all over the fucking place. Love at this point might as well be a YouTuber, because like I know sometimes I catch myself going in a circle and I'm like, hold on, because you know I just be like off talking. But to be a lawyer, a DA at that, that's I don't like that for her. Like, for real, I don't like that for her, because I feel like is that her whole like purpose is to like cross up the jury because of all that talking. You can't keep up. Like, you really got to listen to keep up, because she'll just keep going over and over and over and over about the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. Roll one up to Adrian Love from the country. She fighting how she was raised. I mean, despite where you're from, right? Country, city, whatever, you got to be able to stand your ground more than that. I have pointed out Love throw tantrums in there, all the attitude. At the end of the day, no matter where you're from, you got to be able to voice yourself. You already know, as a colored woman anyway, they look at you a little differently. I mean, despite what you think, especially in the South, she got to be able to voice her shit, pop her shit. Like, that's it. And she don't pop it well. She definitely know how to whine, but she don't pop it well. Build different TV. This, oh, no shit. Come on. Dude, I hope I don't have to extend my time. I was trying to be nice today and keep my comments open to everybody and just do a 10-minute thing, but come on, y'all. No shit. It says day 87. Come on now, folks. Ugh. We was doing good today. Let's continue. Keep the trolling, take the trolling somewhere else.
Caused by actions on the part of people other than the state, that Mr. Copeland got here and said what he did. So we will continue to speak with Mr. Copeland, because Mr. Copeland doesn't have any charges that are open. If he asks to speak with us, which he has, we'll go and speak with him. And I'm not even certain what is going on behind me with respect to persons who are purporting to represent the best interest of Mr. Copeland. But it would appear to me that Mr. Copeland's best interest would be served by Mr. Copeland not being inside the Fulton County Jail. But that's just my opinion. So, Your Honor, I would ask that the court deny the motion.
But if Copeland chooses to be inside the Fulton County Jail, so you're trying to say you know more or you know better than he knows for himself? Because that's what it seemed like to me.
For a mistrial, at the very least, and if it goes any further, find that actions by people other than the state have led to us being where.
Have you covered her case with the client who died because she didn't believe he had mental health issues? No, I haven't. I think I heard it on like a different channel or somebody put it in my chats, one of the two. I haven't looked at it yet, but my first thought about this, and this is a side note, if you're new to my channel, sometimes I do little side notes, but we're going to get back into the regular content. My question would be, what did his defense attorney argue? Because whether she believed he had mental health issues or not, it's up to his defense attorney to get him screened, ask the court for him to be screened. So I kind of wonder, what did the defense do in that situation? Now, again, my thoughts on Love is strictly based on this trial right here. But if y'all want, we can look into that case and then we can see if she's going to be in the same light in that case. But yeah, when I first heard that though, that would have been my first thing I thought about was, well, did the defense argue that, they was mentally ill? Did they provide any circumstances to the court of that? So, but if y'all want, we can definitely look at it for content at a later time.
We are, because Mr. Copeland was at the point right before lunch of agreeing to testify. That is the reason we were ready to get started right before lunch, because now he's been told he's going to be hammered by his attorney. I guess he told him that I guess the state's going to hammer him. I don't even know what, but Ms. Hilton has gone over the questions that she has for Mr. Copeland. She has spoken with him about it. They have been speaking cordially with one another. And this idea that somehow someone is entitled to mistrial as a result of this action on the part of Mr. Copeland is a farce under these circumstances. We'd ask that the court deny the motion.
All right. I'm going to deny the motion for Mr. Mr. Steele at this point in time. I'll note that you've made it. I'll let Mr. Melnick in just a second make whatever remarks he wants. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah, I would like, but my understanding is, I'm going to proffer this. But there's a great investigator who is looking at me and I trust her. I'd like to call her as a witness. I was told, I was not there. I was told that, I forget her name. I know her first name, but her last name. And Investigator Long, and I may be wrong, heard Mr. Copeland prior to coming in to the courtroom, almost immediately prior, state, and I'm reading from Mr. Kokomo, if I have to go to jail, then lock me up, and then the Honorable David Bobby.
And if we look back, hold on, at infamous Sylvia's live lunchtime recap live that day, that is what Woody put on his own social media. I forgot she go live. I'm looking for a video. And I literally just said live. Let me find it. Yo, shout out to Infamous Sylvia, man. Cause geez, doing this every day. Every day. Okay, here you go right here. And I just put in a chat that I'll look up that case and we can do that for content sometime this next week. Since as of right now we don't know when the trial gonna reconvene, so I'll put that on the list and we can break that down and see what see if love just fucked up across the board or just one case.
About it, but all of a sudden I'm a liar.
Oh, then she saw it. Yeah.
Surrounded by 50 police, these hoes act like I didn't just come in here on my own. They won't let me move as I was running. Oh, Woody's posted stuff, y'all. Y'all, Woody's posted stuff on his channel, y'all. What in the heck? Woody. Oh my God, y'all, Woody's posted stuff. This is my last jail time. I love y'all, and I have to take this trip. Oh, he just posted it.
Now, which one is that? Is that the Woody self-made one? I think that's the private one too. Yeah, the Woody self-made. That's the private Instagram, not the one that we all follow.
So he's going to jail, y'all. He's going to jail.
Now, this is her lunchtime recap.
Woody is going to jail, y'all. He just posted it. He says, this is my last jail time. I love y'all. I have to take this trip. My head high, nobody. My head high, no. Take this trip. My head high, nobody didn't force me to, and I'm gonna be okay. God didn't bring me this far for nothing. It's what it is. I'll be okay. So he's going to jail, y'all.
So he just said nobody told him to plead the fifth. It's his choosing on his own social media on lunch break.
Breaking news. He's going to jail. So y'all see, I didn't lie. I didn't lie. All those would be trying to act like I lie. I didn't lie.
So again, this is before lunch. So come on, he had time to do all that. Y'all mean to tell me y'all ain't already fucking know this man was about to pull some shit on the stand? Like, come on. Let's be real about it.
Now, well, David Botts told me as I was walking in that he heard, he's right behind me, so he should be speaking for himself, but he heard Kenneth Copeland tell the prosecution, if I said the wrong people, please correct it, that he's invoking the fifth. That's why I raised it. I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong. I'm saying that if a party knows or has a reason to believe that a witness may invoke the Fifth Amendment in front of a jury, we avoid that at all costs.
But the challenge we're having, Mr. Steele, is I do believe that there's probably been some behavior that probably wouldn't pass the good faith test of there's a lot of.
I'll be honest with y'all. At this point, and this is one of the clips that went around, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, if he really had me lost, if somebody can break down or summarize the purpose of what the hell Judge Glanville is saying right now, please let me know. Because this didn't make sense to me. I felt like his ass was talking in circles, to be honest, at this point.
Influences inside and outside. So I'm going to basically base it on the proffers of counsel and just remind you all of your professional responsibility requirements. Okay.
Well,
so I'm going to
remind it all the time because I've lived them. I'm just telling the court that in order for you to deny my motion for a this was bad.
And I'm going to deny your motion, and I've made my ruling. So I'm done at this point in time. Okay. In terms of this motion for mistrial.
I'd like to call the witnesses, but I understand what you're saying.
I'm not going to call any witnesses. I don't need any witnesses. Your proffers are fine. Okay.
What I did take from that is forget what the hell you talking about. I ain't looking into shit. I said what I said. We already know his ass knew that shit by the way he acted before Steele could even put on record what the hell he was calling a mistrial for. We can assume because of what happened it was that way. It could have been any damn thing. That's why you're supposed to wait until they say something. He knew he was wrong. That's why he ain't want no witnesses to be put on the record. That's why he ain't want to take accountability. And that's about to be clear in just a few seconds.
Yes.
As you know, we are in a side room off the hallway on the first floor. That's where defense counsel, it's kind of their conference room. During lunch, I'm working on unrelated matters, and I'm going to get a ginger ale to calm my upset stomach. And I'm on the phone, but I'm hearing a gentleman speak very loudly on the phone with agents from the state. It's my belief agents from the state were present within earshot. And that gentleman on the phone, who was Kenneth Copeland, was making
How do you know it was on the phone? If it Kenneth Copeland's on the phone, was he talking on the phone or?
He's standing in the hallway 10 feet from me, practically screaming in the phone.
Oh, so Mr. Copeland's on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, and you're overhearing this particular
He's saying,
purported
I'm not
conversation.
I'm not testifying. I'm not giving a direct quote because I was on the phone handling my own business and I was having no interactions with.
Okay, but here's the thing. I think it's consistent with I'm not testifying. Okay, he can make a decision not to testify. Okay, but if he does so, and because he's already been told, look, you can invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege, and you've been given immunity, and if you don't, I told him what the consequences are.
The judge stated all past that shit. So now he's like, oh, that's fine if that's what he said. You missing the point. He's saying if he heard it, right? The state people was out there with him when he heard it. Then they knew what he was planning on doing when he came in here. And the judge just fucking went around that shit and just like, oh, like, come on, man. Corruption at its finest.
This morning. That's consistent with what I've heard thus far. And I don't think that is.
I believe that the state was on notice that something like this was going to
happen. Okay. All right. But all of you have kind of, like I said, either.
That judge fucked up for that. Are y'all listening to this though? Like on some real stuff. Are y'all listening to this? Like now that all that we do know, that's why I want to rewatch this, right? Well, in actuality, it's my first time watching it full through. But anyway, this is why it took us 2 lives to get through it. We are watching what still has been saying in the past couple motions. The judge and the prosecution is in cahoots with each other. They ran the play. In regards to Woody getting on that stand, pleading the fifth in front of the jury, and him denying that mistrial when in fact he should have granted the mistrial because they knew it.
Unwittingly or I just remind you, from outside agitation or otherwise, you all need to stay away from any of this. You do. Both sides need to do this. Do not let outside influences, influence your actions and get you in trouble.
What does that even mean in this moment? Like, I didn't get it. Can somebody like, what is he talking about? Like outside influence, they're literally telling you now. I can never pronounce his name right. Shannon Stillwell lawyer, the one that's talking right now, literally said he heard with his own ears. So what outside influence? Like I tell you, like Glanville, and again, I haven't watched 86 days of it, but I started at day 88. From 88 to 100. He just seemed like he was a little off his rocker. Like maybe it's time to retire because I'm not understanding what the hell he was talking about or what relevance it had to what was going on, other than a deflection tactic to throw everybody. Now I know if I'm able to read through it, right, from just a viewer standpoint, the attorneys definitely see bullshit. And that's why Weinstein and all them is flooding the emotions, because this man was out of line.
You all should rise to a higher standard in terms of don't let any of this stuff. I mean, these witnesses will testify to what everything will testify to. So
the defense has done nothing.
I didn't say you did anything wrong. Okay, but I did.
He about as bad as Love. Love might be his daughter, because like he's about as bad as Love. Like he gets so like he have emotional reflexes so much. Like you literally just said when they mentioned what's his name, Scott. I'm just gonna say Stillwell lawyer, okay? Stillwell lawyer literally just said he believes the state knew. And the judge went on a ramble, okay, about, oh, y'all letting outside influences and all this. You technically did just accuse the defense because you said y'all both was doing this. Like, what the fuck is he saying? Like, you literally said it indirectly. Judge never lets the defense get their point across, but let Love and Hilton talk the ears of a donkey uninterrupted. For real. Like, I know like how to spell it, Nick. I just can't pronounce it. Y'all know I fuck up words a lot. You know what I'm saying? But in names. But yeah, I don't know. I might have to listen to it a couple times to get it. But yeah, but him, like, he literally is defending himself because judge, you did just tell him he was doing the same thing the state was doing when he just accused him of knowing in advance.
State.
I didn't say you did anything wrong, but
I understand,
okay.
Your Honor, but I just want to be clear. The only thing that I've heard today is that the state met with Kenneth Copeland without his attorney.
Are we going back to that again? I thought we.
I don't know of any defense counsel that's had any conversations with Kenneth Copeland at all. And I just want to make that clear. Today, I don't know of anyone that's had conversations.
You know what, nigga? I ain't gonna lie. That kind of helped me out just now. I was so it's short. Okay. Did I say it right that time? I ain't gonna lie. When you put that, I was like, okay, so it's short. Now let's see if I can say that next time I say his name.
Conversation.
Okay, but he's their witness at this point in time. If he wants to talk to you or he doesn't want to talk to you, he's got a lawyer, and that lawyer can make that decision, and so can Mr. Copeland. So
Situation because
I understand that, but you can't let other people, and I would advise you not to let third parties influence what you may think a witness is going to do.
That's not happening.
Okay, and that's all I was trying to tell you. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I think that was his way. This is my opinion. Y'all know I be having to do heavy on the opinion, but look, I think that was the judge's way of letting him like chill out now. Hey, it's mob business. Chill out.
Yes, sir. What does he like to tell me, Mr. Malnick?
Judge, I went back and reviewed my communications with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in relation to Kenneth Copeland. And I found communications as late as June 5th of last year, where the Fulton County District Attorney's Office had reached out to me about speaking to Mr. Copeland.
And last night we confirmed that. Matter of fact, I think I still got that page open real quick. And we go back. Well, here it was March 2023. And then it skipped to June 7, 2024. So at least what the state presented as their evidence, the last thing they had was March 3rd, 2023. So if Melnick had something in June, that means Love has omitted some shit and then submitted. And I need them to submit it. Because now I want to see, because why isn't the June of 2023 emails in here? And remember last night I kept saying, hold on. Like what does this go to? It say here's a communication between myself and Miss Love, which pertains directly to the YSL case, but nothing, like we don't see nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I always thought that was something crazy. Who is the third party? They never specify. I guess they say anybody in the hallway. I don't know. That's a good point too.
Mr. Copeland concerning this trial, not about any other case, speaking with Mr. Copeland about this trial. Neither of these attorneys, no attorney at this table has ever attempted to contact me about Mr. Copeland and about his willingness or desire to testify at this trial. They have put us in this position where at the last minute, I'm trying to advise him as best I can what I think is best for him. Had they exercised the slightest bit of professional conduct, we would not be sitting here having this conversation today.
And technically, he made that clear in the email that the state provided, right? And let me go back to it real quick. He says it in this email right here. My concern is for my client. Had I been involved, I would have demanded a much more specific immunity deal. You need him much more than he needs you. You put him in a terrible position where you know his life is in danger, whether in custody or on the street. He's a marked man from this point forward. Go fuck yourself if you think I'm doing anything besides protecting my client. Now let Love tell it. He just said fuck you. Remember, that's what she said, but obviously the context was not presented correctly. But basically, this is what he said. So this immunity, right, that they put together, he wasn't privy to. None of that. This is something they cooked up on the side. And they using the fact, well, Woody said he didn't have a lawyer. But you knew he had a lawyer the last time he was on record for anything. You should have reached out to verify that. But, you know, that's how I would think if I'm handling a very important case that spent millions and millions of dollars of tax money, taxpayers' money, if it was really about justice. But that's just me.
And unfortunately, for me to fully explain everything that's been going on, it would require me to reveal confidences that I'm not going to reveal. I can assure you,
I don't want you to do that, sir.
I can assure you that the decision to invoke the fifth came completely from Kenneth Copeland. I owe nothing to anybody over here. I owe nothing to anybody at any of these tables. I don't care, candidly, no offense, don't care what happens with their cases. The only thing I care about is what happens to Kenneth Copeland. And for any,
hey, that's some real shit. He like, man, fuck all that. And that's true. Well, he shouldn't care what happens with them because he's not their attorney. But that kind of tickled my soul when I heard him say it. Now, like the go fuck yourself make more sense. That's just his demeanor.
any assertion, I'm sorry, Judge, for
And
any
so that's
assertion.
and that's your primary duty.
It is. That's exactly right. And for an assertion to be made that I or Mr. Copeland are somehow.
Now, y'all, we done been rocking out. I got 124 people watching, but only 49 likes. Can y'all please hit that like button? It's free. Nothing, I promise y'all, you're not going to get hacked or nothing like that. Just hit the like button. Push me out into the algorithm. Show me some love. We done been at this thing for over 3 hours, okay? Show me that you really support the content. You rocking with what we doing, okay? And y'all run up the chat.
Somehow being influenced by somebody over here is absolutely ridiculous. I take great offense to it, and I can tell Ms. Love that I am going to the state bar to report her for contacting a witness that she knows to be represented by counsel.
Now, Melnick was all hot air because when he was on that live with Caleb Bumpus, he said he didn't go to the bar. But to be honest, though, going to the bar is a big thing. And I feel like it's one of those situations where you kind of got to tread lightly because the same way you can take your ass to the bar, somebody else can take their stuff to the bar on you. But he should have went to the bar on her ass.
She and I have had conversations about Kenneth Copeland.
Okay, and sir, that is whatever you decide to do outside of what the court is ruling upon. Remember, the court can only rule upon what I see. Okay, and what I see at this point in time is a witness who, for whatever reason, may have some other reasons about his testimony. He has expressed those this morning. He said, "I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment privilege." The state came to me and said, "Okay, listen, we would like you to sign an immunity order under 24-5-507. They make that decision. So there are. I mean, I think that gets us to the point where we knew that, or at some point in time, that the state knew that he was going to invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege. So
absolutely knew it.
So, but in order for them to still get this testimony, which they believe that they need, they offered him immunity. So that's what we explained to your client this morning. So whether or not he wishes to go ahead and still invoke his privilege, that's his choice. But the statute's pretty clear.
Okay, I just got a question to ask y'all. Y'all see how we done deterred from what the hell the issue was? The issue was the state allowing Woody to get his ass on that stand after he told them during the lunch break he was not testifying, he was going to go ahead and go to jail. And we over here talking about if he can or cannot do it. And the judge was like, oh yeah, well, I already told him if he do, he go to jail. They told him like what the fuck? That's not even the issue. The issue is you denied a mistrial motion when you should have granted the mistrial motion because the state did damn well know that man was going to get up there and do that. You know why? Because if you look at when Woody was coming in the courtroom, Love started looking crazy in the face and tried to get your attention. You shut her up. And for the first time ever, she muted her mouth. One of the defense attorneys trying to say something, but Glanville being Glanville got it. The man got on the stand and they continued without a hitch until he did what he did. And now the shit biting y'all in the ass. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Memphis said, and if Woody told Hilton he was going to plead the field, she should have reached out to Melnick at that point. Yeah, but let Love tell it. Oh, that's the issue. Oh, Melnick was going in and out, this and that. Listen, we don't buy none of this shit. I ain't gonna say we. I'm sounding like Judge Glanville. We. Mickey Truth don't buy the shit. I think the whole prosecution of this case is full of shit. I think they definitely stretched the truth. Okay, I'm trying not to say lie so much, but sentiment, it is what it is. I said sentiment. Y'all get what I was saying, but yeah, I definitely think they know they fucked up and they grabbing. They grabbing, but ain't nothing to grab hold to. Y'all done screwed this fucking case. It's no way around this case is on a mistrial. It's nothing they can do other than a mistrial. It's too much damage. No judge is gonna pick this shit up where it is. It's going to be a mistrial. The question is going to be, will they be able to retry? That's the question. It's not, to me, now this is my opinion, okay, just from my own personal view, okay? I don't think it's a matter of if this will be a mistrial, because it will be, in my opinion. It's a matter of will they be retried? That's going to be the question.
I understand.
And I know you probably, and I know you. I've known you, sir, for at least two decades or more, sir. And I know that you.
Now, I don't like that. Now, this part I don't like. Because again, this don't supposed to be anything personal. This is strictly law business. So the thing is that, oh, I've known you for 20 years, right? 2 decades. That already shows impartial because you're not going off of what's presented. Like you said, I can only go off of what's presented in front of me. You're going off of your relationship or your knowledge of him for 2 decades. And he's going to say something similar to that for the prosecution. That right there already shows you're impartial because you're bringing up your personal experiences with these people to determine what you're saying. Or is it me? Maybe I'm reaching. But that's what I saw and hear when I hear that.
You have told him, hey, look, if you invoke, this is probably what's going to happen. And I suspect that if you probably have a conversation with him now, you're probably going to tell him, well, that was a self-fulfilling prophecy in terms of what I told you might happen. But I don't know what conversations you have with him, but I suspect that they were consistent with what the dictates of 24-5-507. Now, Monday, we'll go ahead and I'll call him out before the jury comes in on Monday morning, and we'll ask him whether or not he wishes to continue his testimony, because I don't want him to invoke in front of this jury if I can help it. So since he's made it once already, I'm going to ask him before the jury gets out here on Monday, is it your intent to invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege? If it is, he's going to go back into custody until he's willing to go ahead and give testimony, because he has immunity, so he has to testify.
Judge, the only thing that I would say is that the primary reason Mr. Copeland is in custody right now is because the state has utterly failed to follow up with me in any regard with regard to what Mr. Copeland wants to do or intends to do.
I suspect that that's probably not true.
It is grossly unfair.
I've known you for almost 2 decades. I've known Miss Hilton and Miss Love.
Loving that shit. Oh, they shaking her head. This is why I said this shows she's impartial right there. although he said it to the witness attorney and to the state, but that shows he's impartial right there. Because what the hell you knowing them got to do with what the fuck going on here? Okay, like what they got to do with anything?
In particular, for a long period of time, and I don't think that they would do that to you. And
Judge, at no point did they ever reach out to me about Mr. Copeland,
Your Honor,
about Mr. Copeland's testimony here today. The last time I heard from anybody in the Fulton DA's office was June of last year.
Ms. Hilton, did you reach out to Mr. Melnick? And if so, when?
When I talked to Mr. Copeland, he told me Mr. Melnick was not his attorney. So that.
No, look, this the play right here. Because instead of her getting her ass up and say no, right? Because that was the answer to the question, just no. She's going to his long story. Oh, well, he told me that's not his attorney. This and that. Yeah. You ain't do your fucking job. Okay? See, this is the part about reacting and stuff I like and not have to worry about being an attorney. Because I can say what I want. Okay? And they didn't do their fucking job. Shame on you, Hilton. Shame on you.
That is, I talked to the witness because.
When did you talk to Mr. Copeland?
Last Friday, because my understanding prior to that is that Mr. Melnick had told Ms. Love that he wasn't his attorney. So when we went to go serve him.
So Paul, hold on. I was eating another popsicle. They just gave up the play. So y'all did have a conversation before talking to Woody about if he had legal counsel, and Love told you, oh well, he Melnick said he ain't. So y'all had the conversation, and nobody took it upon themselves to verify it. Hilton, this your witness. You just going off of what Love told you. So y'all had a conversation. Y'all came up with a plan. That's crazy. All the answers we needed was right in this day 87.
I understand that he did not have an attorney. When I met with Mr. Copeland, and this is Friday evening, Mr. Long and I went to go meet with him in the car. We said, hey, I think Mr. Melnick.
She put emphasis. I didn't know. Love knew and sent your ass on a wild goose chase. Now look at you.
He said, Mr. Melnick is not my attorney. He said, I haven't even talked to him. And then that is when we proceeded to begin our conversations. Anytime that Mr. Copeland did not want to speak with us, we did not speak with him. We called him on Monday to see if he could come down here. He said he didn't want to come, or he didn't respond. We left him.
So Love proffered, right? That Woody, I'm trying to say his name right, y'all. Woody, okay, was always cordial and communicative with them. But Hilton just said the week of this trial, so that would have been around the 3rd of June or something, he was telling them he ain't coming. He ain't coming down there and talk to y'all. He ain't responding. So make it make sense. Was he willing to talk to y'all? He wasn't. Love just proffer now. Remember, that was part of her proffer. I'm telling you. They ain't even smart enough to be on the same damn page with their lives.
On Tuesdays when we picked him up for the first time, on Tuesday when he did not take the stand, we went upstairs. We had some conversation. We left. Mr. Long took him back home, and then yesterday he came back down here with us again. We showed him some of the evidence that we were going to show him, and that was the extent of it. And if at any time Mr. Copeland would have told us he wanted his attorney present, we would have called Mr. Melnick. But our understanding was, one, he was not his attorney. Mr. Melnick disavowed being his attorney, and Mr. Copeland told me he wasn't his attorney.
So at this point, Love, where's the proof of this? Because in your whole BSS motion you submitted late, our ad, you put them emails in there, and no places you showed where that was confirmed. And even just me doing paralegal work, me doing just business work, you know to get shit in writing. If you have a phone call, you still get it in writing. And I'm gonna bring up Bradley again from the YNW Melly case. When I reached out to her when I was covering that case with a question, we talked over the phone. I asked her, can she send me an email confirming it? And she sent an email. You know what I'm saying? So like everybody know that you got to get a paper trail. Now, mind you, they said they don't take notes. Remember, they said they ain't take no notes with this witness. So we just going out. Yeah, that's bullshit. Okay. Yeah, they definitely just passing blame. I agree with you. That's bullshit. And then Hilton looking back there at the detective like, yeah, ain't it? Bruh, take your fucking L, because y'all fucked this up. Y'all did it. All they ass should be fired. All of them. Even the white guy in the middle right there, I don't even know his name. No offense to calling him that, but even him, he need to be fired too for sitting there letting these fools do this dumb shit.
So that is what I based all of my decisions after. It was not until 6 o'clock last night or whenever this email was sent from Mr. Melnick with Mr. Shard and Mr. Steele copied on it that I get this.
We'll have a pause. Love, where's that email? You didn't put that email in your brief. That email from June 6th says June 6th. That's not there. That's not there. That's a June 7th, and then they go to March 2nd. So, love, what's going on? Let's keep on March 1st. March 1st. There would be, is that okay? Like, where is it? Like, come on, love. Hey, these women full of shit, okay? Full of it.
Idea that you've been talking to my client and then my client is going to plead the fifth, which brought us here today. That has been what has happened since last Friday, Your Honor.
All right. So we have a witness that may not have been totally candid or may not have thought that he potentially needed you. And as things develop.
Yo, then the judge is basically say, well, the witness lied to y'all, so it's his fault. Now that's some shit. The judge, okay, just basically called the witness. The witness he wants to stand and talk in front of the jury a liar. Okay. Like he couldn't see that these two is full of shit. It's crazy. Finally gonna be mad they fucked this up. Okay, yeah, I'm surprised she ain't been stepping and got their ass up off of here. Cause they, I mean, at this point, let them go down with the sinking ship.
Mr. Melnick, he decided, well, yeah, he does need you. But whether or not
and Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mr. Melnick called Mr. Copeland last night. So it wasn't that Mr. Copeland called Mr. Melnick.
What the hell? Hold on. For one, Lord, why are you standing over there trying to debo that man like that? And is Hilton talking or you talking? Because she over there like trying to intimidate the damn lawyer. Melnick, shout out to Melnick, man. Because I ain't gonna lie. That's why I'm not an attorney. Okay? And I might need to rethink the type of law I'm going to practice when I finally get to law school. Because that shit there, I'll be like, bitch, move the fuck out my way. Like, I'm talking. Wait till I finish talking. Take your ass over there and sit down. He talked to Hilton. What you up here? Shaking your head. Yeah, girl, you right. Like, come on. We in the fucking courthouse, okay? We in the fucking courthouse. Okay? Like, this lady here is out of bounds. But shout out to him, because I want to push that hoe. Like, move for real. Yeah, I might need to go on tax law, but the criminal law may not be it.
Mr. Melnick so happens to call him the night before he's supposed to testify. So I don't know what has happened or what has transpired, but that is the extent of what occurred.
So I'm not going to get into my conversations with
well, hold on, Paul. If he did, he's his damn lawyer. He could have been on the freaking toilet, okay? On the freaking toilet, taking the number 2, reading the newspaper, and got a law and crime alert, okay, that said Lil Woody taking the stand tomorrow. However, he's supposed to reach out to his client. Lil Bitty said, I think she bumped him at the podium that day. And see, that's that shit, okay? That's that shit. And she over there, I would have motherfucking tripped her ass up, okay? Because she got on high ass red pumps on. I would have tripped her ass up. Drug tester. Hell yeah, drug tester ass, because something ain't right with her. They huffing or something over there. And this is all entertainment. I don't know what you gonna be doing. I'm just adding shit to it at this point, okay? YSL even at the podium while Melanie up there, she's an animal in the courtroom. Yes, she is, but and this is the thing. And again, this ain't got nothing to do with color, but I can't help but keep comparing her to Ashley Merchant. Like she over there, like being in beast mode with the wrong shit. You supposed to be in there like Ashley Merchant. Your words supposed to fucking cut through that shit. Like you supposed to be able to talk your shit with words, not trying to debo the man at the podium, not trying to looking over at your people doing hands like yeah girl, go ahead. Like nah, you supposed to do your words, okay? Do your words. Demisha said not only did they jail him, they made sure Woody couldn't call his attorney. He had no phone privileges. Like, come on. Like, they knew what's up. They knew it. Ashley Merchant. That was my first time coming in contact with her when she came in there for Steele. But I did my homework. She definitely is a beast. And I like that. Because she came in there, and even when the judge was going in circles like he always do, she was popping her shit. The way you supposed to pop your shit. For real. This DA's office needs a RICO. Damn show. She's the fucking what's the damn head person? Fonnie. Fonnie is a beast as well. And this is my thing, because I've heard that about Fonnie Willis, right? But when they said Love was like her number 2, I thought we was gonna get that same energy. And it kind of made me like, if that's love, if Love is the number 2, then Fonnie must not. But I did a little research on Fonnie, and she is. But Love is like, if she took more time to really like do the law part, she'll probably be better. But she ain't there quite yet, cause she be I'm gonna leave that like that.
My client.
No, and I don't expect you to. But I do want to remind you, Mr. Melnick, as well as I reminded both sets of counsel, that you owe a higher duty of tribunal to me and the court than you do anybody else. So please don't, you as a professional advocate, don't put yourself in a position where you come cross purposes with the rules. Okay.
Of course.
And that sometimes has to be explained to witnesses and.
Hold on. He said that shit. Like the fucking state not doing that. Yeah, they say that's what I can't remember where I heard that from. I could be mixing in some shit I heard on lead attorney with that. Somebody referred to her as, or was it the news? Fonnie Willis number 2. And I said, shit, exactly what you said, Jersey. That's how I was. I was like, ain't no way. But that's what they said. I can't recall exactly. I could be making this shit up, but I swear I think I heard that somewhere, okay?
And clients, okay? All right. So that's where we are at this point in time, is that Monday morning I will bring Mr. Copeland back out. It is, I don't relish the fact of holding him in contempt, but that's all I have at this point in time because he's been given immunity. So, I
had to spit my pops out. Well, I'm eating an entire now. Anyway, he should have pushed that hole. Do you see that? Did y'all see that? How she just like, she might as well have just rub the ass against them. File a complaint for sexual harassment. Okay? Because if that was him doing it to her, it would have been a whole bunch of bullshit. Y'all see that shit? If you don't go sit your ass down, like for real, I don't like her no more. Even as a person at this point. Could it take a fucking fucked up ass person to do that shit? That man just sitting there waiting patiently. And I'll say this, still would have interrupted by now. Like, shit. Melody just sitting there listening, and she all up in his fucking way. And basically just like did a little shit with her ass to like move him out the way. That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
We'll take him up because that's our first session of court. We won't be having anything else until then.
And Your Honor, I would like to ask that the court convey to Mr. Melnick, to convey to Mr. Copeland that he is subject to being committed and held in the Fulton County Jail until.
Oh, so now you want to talk to Melnick. Now you want some shit conveyed, okay? But when it was really time for you to convey, before you start talking to Kenneth Copeland, your ass ain't want to do it. That's crazy.
The end of this trial, because I'm certain Mr. Melnick, if Mr. Melnick wants to convey to us some of the concerns that he has, Mr. Melnick I'm certain is quite familiar with the statute under which the court has compelled Mr. Copeland to provide testimony. So there is nothing that we could do to Mr. Copeland regarding any testimony we elicit from him on the stand pursuant to the court's order.
Okay, I'm gonna pause her right there because I think I lose brain cells sometimes listening to her too straight through. Everything she's saying right here, it's supposed to have been the purpose of ex parte meeting. So if you saying it and you want the judge to like reiterate that again, why the fuck did y'all need an ex parte meeting if it was just about this? Because this is what's going on right now. She wanted to explain to the witness, explain to the attorney judge what this means so he can give it to the witness. So what the hell was the need for the ex parte meeting? Other than coercion, other than intimidation, like what else was the purpose of the ex parte meeting? If you already in open court talking about what ultimately supposed to have been the root of the ex parte meeting.
Under the statute that the court has cited, 245507, and that statute gives the court the ability and probably, depending on how the court feels about it, the absolute duty, given the necessity of Mr. Copeland's testimony, to hold Mr. Copeland in the Fulton County Jail until he decides to purge himself of the contempt of court by providing testimony. If Mr. Melnick would like to speak with Ms. Hilton or any other member of the state regarding his concerns about that order, which tracks the statute almost verbatim, then I would invite him to do so. Otherwise, as I've stated, I don't see it being in Mr. Copeland's best interest to be confined to the Fulton County Jail until the end of this trial. But I will leave those matters to Mr. Melnick, who has—
Again, if Kenneth Copeland decided that he'd rather be in jail than take the stand, how the hell you know his best interest? Are you saying he can't make decisions for himself? Then you need to tell the judge he ain't there. He need to be fucking screened or some shit. Another thing, you keep saying that Melnick not acting on his behalf because what? You're not getting what you want from out of it? Come on, man. What you're saying is crazy. What you're saying is crazy. Shout out to Johnny. Okay, good stuff. Like, it's crazy. Love always talking over people and rambling on because Glenn lets her bad. And don't be talking about shit. You don't be talking about shit. Between her and Judge Glanville, when they get to talking, I don't know who talk in more circles. Now, I ain't going to do Hilton like that. For the most part, she be trying to get through with the law stuff and all that. But that goddamn love, I tell you, her and down Glanville might be related because they some fucking circle talking people for real. For real.
This time is asserting that he is representing Mr. Copeland, but again, that was not the understanding that Mr. Copeland had previously given to us.
Okay, so Mr. Melnick, if you do in
Hold on,
fact—
I say this real quick. I said it last night. That just shows they do not verify the information. They wanted us to believe that the police verified everything that Kenneth Copeland said. But just now, they're saying, well, Copeland told us he didn't have an attorney. So basically, y'all just ran with it because it was convenient for y'all instead of verifying, crossing your T's and dotting your I's to make sure he didn't have an attorney. Come on, make it make sense. She definitely lies like crazy, for sure. Like, this is a circus. Like, and this is why I be telling people, when people be ready to argue me down, man. If you think the legal system is truly about innocent or guilt, you are sadly mistaken. It's not about that. Okay? It is not about that.
Talk with Mr. Copeland. Like I said, I'll bring him back on Monday and we'll see where we are at that point in time.
Okay.
And
Well, how would they verify it? Well, last night I went and just looked at his last last case he had. And on that case, it has active attorney Melanie, right? So I'm thinking, okay, well, bam, boom. I probably wasn't a DA on this case. I would have went and like, hey, whatever. And you know what? Now that I think about it, Hilton probably did that. That's probably why she asked Love, because Love was the prosecutor on that case. And Love probably was like, oh yeah, that's not his attorney no more. But obviously, she has no proof of where she got that information from. Because now that I think about it, Love was the prosecutor on that case. Mm-hmm. You see in State Front, they didn't give a reason for the meeting. Because they have no reason. And actually, at the end of this thing, we're going to talk about that ex parte. Because Love actually asked for it. Or asked for a ex parte meeting. Not particularly one with a witness, but, she do ask for it.
he has the ability to purge himself by just providing testimony consistent with what he knows or what his knowledge of is in this case. Okay.
Judge, I have some personal matters that I need to convey to Chambers, but I'll do that off the record.
Okay. I'm going to recess in just a little bit, and but can you be back for Monday morning?
That's just it. I can't. Is this something I can take up off the record?
Well, I kind of have to call him on Monday. I do.
Man, listen. Y'all saw that shit. Her and Hilton, how they just sat there like, here go that bullshit. Man, get up. Man, I don't like neither one of them now. For this case. I gotta be clear. I'm only talking about this case. Y'all know I'm on case-by-case basis. Maybe I'll like them in another case, just not this one, okay?
I mean, there's no choice. I have no choice because that is the next session of court.
Judge, I have non-refundable tickets out of town on Monday. I can't be here. I cannot be here. And there's nothing I've had this on file with Fulton County since December 15th of last year. And again, had the state contacted me before today.
I hope they ass think it's funny when that mistrial get declared. I want to see Hilton ass smiling from cheek to cheek. I want to see all their ass over there laughing just like that when that mistrial come down on their ass. That's what I want to see.
I would have made them aware of this.
Well, there's one of those times a lawyer that you're going to probably have to kind of figure out a solution, sir. I mean, I don't want to put you in this particular position.
I can't be here, Judge. I absolutely cannot be here.
Well, you have a choice. You can be here if you want, but you'll have to figure out some other things to do with your tickets. I mean, here's the thing. If you're asserting, if the state was relying upon the fact that you were not his counsel, and now you have put us in a situation where now you kind of.
Well, basically, the judge said if you wouldn't just shut the fuck up and let this ride out without saying you was his attorney, you could have enjoyed your show on Monday.
I mean, you put yourself in between a rock and a hard place. I mean, so he's coming back on Monday.
I'll have somebody else make my
then that can be done. And sir, I would advise you to do that. But remember, Mr. Copeland, has to have some concurrence. So maybe before he leaves and goes actually to the Fulton County Jail, you may need to have a conversation with him about that. So we're clear, and I'm clear as to whether or not you're coming back on Monday or somebody else is. And I need to know who that lawyer is. Do you want to have a conversation with him before?
I'm going to talk to him right now.
All right. Okay. I'm going to allow you to do that, and then I'll remain and be available for a further discussion. So let me go ahead and Sergeant Ham, can you and your colleagues or Lieutenant Walker arrange for Mr. Melnick to talk with Mr. Copeland, please? All right.
And to be honest, they already on the defense witness list. So, ooh, sorry, y'all. That last piece of popsicle went down the wrong way. Where's the witness list? But they damn show is already on it. They're already on it. Already on it. Ah, shit. I ain't meant to do that. Hold on. All right. So, Brian still filed their witness list for the defense. Let's see who is new. Who is new on here? Number 16. Okay. Who is that? Old judge. What's up, skin gal? So the judge is on there. I don't know who Damian Randerson is, but he's an attorney. He's on there. This I believe this is on Young Thug's sister too, the one that was talking to Caleb Barker. Oh, Simone Hilton, and let's see who else. Adrian Love. Yeah. Some more Esquires. I'm not sure, who the other state attorneys is, but the main ones are on the new witness list. So that's the judge is on the witness list. That was updated on the 10th. The same day that Love decided to take her time with responding to the judge. So yeah. So I don't know how the hell you move forward like this. Now again, we have seen something similar in the YNW Melly case. Well, you know the difference? We saw that after the trial. This shit is happening during the trial. During the trial. It's crazy.
And I'm going to go ahead and at this point in time, summon our jurors, please. All right. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ham. Promoted you already again. All right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, good afternoon. Okay, it appears that we have some more homework to do, and given the fact that that needs to occur, my suggestion is that we go ahead and recess you for the day. Okay.
This choice of words be crazy. We got some more homework to do. Shit, y'all got a whole bunch of something. Okay, I wouldn't even call it homework. Okay, this case is gonna be a mistrial. They are just trying to make it to the end and make them wait on the appeal and pay all that extra money. Cause this shit ain't gonna. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a mistrial. It's no, I don't have yet. Now, again, in my opinion, I have not seen where this can be safe. Okay, y'all know I watch a lot of the actual attorneys, that's YouTubers, right? I watch to see their actual legal expertise on it, and I have yet to see one that sees this making it through. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see how this shit about to do it. Like, I don't see it making it nowhere. Like, for real. Why not have witnesses wear a wire? Where are the wiretaps? Where are the videos of crimes being committed? Without Woody's testimony, the state can omit a lot of their evidence. This is RICO. He is the foundation. And we established that last night. Melnick in the same day, 87, put on the record that he spoke about this case back in October 2021 when he was representing Kenneth Copeland. And at that point, he was told Kenneth Copeland was either going to be a witness or a co-defendant. Young Thug and everybody else was not indicted until May 2022. So that interrogation video that went viral, right, from October 2021 of Woody checking his pulse and all that, is the foundation of the RICO trial. When he told police on his own, the police didn't bring up Young Thug, he brought him up. And he said that a hit was taking place that night on Nuts' brother, Kels. That was the creation of the RICO. So this is why Woody is Kenneth Copeland is so important to this case because he is the fucking case. He is the case. That's why he's not on it. Okay? Yeah, it's definitely everywhere. Like, that's why he's not on it. Even before all this took place, that was the question on everybody's mind. For Woody to be so YSL, right? Like, even if one day we watched his past interview, he claimed YSL. He was around YSL. Everything YSL. Two of his closest friends was YSL. Why wasn't he on this case? Y'all got to go to my door. I'll be right back.
And let you begin your Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, Monday being a regular work day, what I'm going to have you do is report for 8:30 for a 9 o'clock anticipated start time. And we'll see where the day leads us on Monday, okay? All right. Any ministerial inquiry with me, ladies and gentlemen? Anyone? Okay. All right. All right, unless you have anything of me, ladies and gentlemen, let's go through your admonitions at this point in time. Remember, leave your...
Little side note, I never realized how cold my house is until I step outside for a second. Now I come back in this freezing. I'm skipping the part where he's talking to the jury. All right.
All right. Anything else I need to take up with you all? I'm going to recess in place to allow Mr. Melnick to finish talking with Mr. Copeland and find out if he or somebody else at his state is going to be here on Monday. But if not, we will be here on Monday at 8:30. Any other things I need to consider?
Yes, Your Honor. There is a matter regarding the jail calls that we were provided. Mr. Steele has not yet provided us the ISO file. We received something additional on a thumb drive last night. We had the deputy of our jail call unit look at that, and we are again missing. We do not have the...
No, I want to ask y'all this while y'all watch this part, right? Listen to how she's wording it. Listen to how she said her expert jail call person said this is not it. And then listen to Steele. So to me, if it comes out that this was an actual file, then what the fuck we depend on your expert for? Because obviously they're not experts. It can't be saved. That's why they are trying to keep it in full sense to say the judge. They don't care if it gets turned over on appeal. They just want to win. But that's the thing. They're not going to get it. Because it can't be presented to the jury. In my opinion, I just don't see this as being presented. Okay, now they're pulling up. I'll be right back, y'all.
Complete file.
To be able to play
to be able to access it properly, to be able to look at it, authenticate the calls, the time of day, all of that. We don't have it. We were provided last night a thumb drive with with cut and pasted file names up under headings, with some additional pieces of a file that would have had to, again, have been deconstructed from the way that the file would have been given to counsel for defendant Williams. We are asking the court to compel defense counsel to turn over to the state the file in the condition, in the original condition that it was given to them, so that we may properly access and evaluate the content and the time and date and all of that, and the authenticity of those calls on that file. It has been deconstructed, and particular parts of the file have been extracted and purposefully kept out of what is given to the state. So we are asking, again, that the court compel either.
I can't wait to still read her ass. I can't wait to still read her ass, because one thing about her, for the most part, she indirectly be throwing shades, but still about to rain on her head, and I can't wait to watch it again for like 5th time.
You know what? And if they don't want to, then we're asking that they just be excluded.
Okay. All right, Mr. Steele, do you have the raw file?
Judge Glam,
Sir.
you allow another moment when Miss Love calls me that I did not do something. They have the exact image of what we got from the jail in Fayette County. That is it. And if I get another false allegation and you do nothing, I'm shocked. I'm appalled at you. I sit here day after day with this false allegation, just machine. I gave the state everything. There's been no disconstruction. There's been no purposeful, I don't care. I don't care. I give over everything. I've done this for 33 years. Never in my life have I seen a trial. I've done 300 appeals in the state of Georgia alone. I've never read a case like this. Judge, I gave them everything I had. I waited. I was at my office till 8, after 8 last night. I waited for their investigator to come by. I handed him an exact copy of thumb drive. They have everything that we got from the Fayette County Jail. There's been no deconstruction. There's been no purposeful exclusion. This is not the first time.
Okay.
And I apologize that I'm getting tempered, but I've never been treated like this. You talk about professionalism every week. Professionalism is lacking with one lawyer here. It has never been. I don't even like coming to court. I used to love this. I would die for what we do. I used to say, I'm dying. I would die. I couldn't choose a better profession. If I had litigated with Miss Love, I would.
Your Honor, could we strike the hominem attack?
No, I'm speaking.
Really, could we strike that?
Okay, hey, everybody, calm down. Everybody, both of you, please be seated.
Judge, I'm not
both
done.
of you.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I felt that shit when Still said that, because little side note, little story. I used to work at this place, and I love my job. But bruh, it was this manager I could not stand. Like anytime I saw her face, my whole day would be fucking ruined. Okay, I couldn't stand. Like, she just used to suck the life out of air. Okay, I couldn't stand it. I felt that shit when he said that. Y'all ever work with somebody, man, that's like that? Like, just make shit out of nothing. Look at her. Oh, Your Honor. Now you just sat there and accused this man of basically tampering with evidence. But because he fucking put a name on his shit, so you was trying to shoot in the air. He landed his shit, now your ass want to cry. But yeah, I felt still with that shit, man.
Please be seated.
You have to do something. You have threatened me with contempt. You have threatened me with jail. If you go back in time.
Well, look, that shows impartial right there. Cause why you threatening him? I can't get my words out. Threatening him with jail and contempt just cause the fucking DA fucking up. Like, for real.
We can just start in voir dire. Jury after jury, you did individual voir dire painfully. Miss Love would come in and say that juror was crying. It was not true. You would say, that's not my recollection after I said it. You did nothing. We start the
Okay, but
case.
Mr. Steele.
I asked you, please.
Mr. Steele.
Please, Judge,
Mr.
how would you feel if you were being treated
Mr.
like
Steele.
Hey, still like, man, fuck all that, Judge. I'm tired of this shit. You gonna listen to me today, okay? You gonna listen to me today. But you know what? I also caught that play too. Still though, still like fuck that. I'm putting this shit on a record, okay? This gonna be on the record, Judge. Let me get this shit off, okay? Because I don't want that shit to say inaudible on the transcript. I need this shit to say what I'm saying, okay? Just saying. Hey, I see it. Still says shit. Let me finish talking.
Mr.
Well, I'd
Steele.
like to finish.
Mr. Steele.
I gave them everything on that drive, and it's continual abuse of a prosecutor of another member of the bar. I don't talk with Miss Love. And that's fine. I like that. But Judge, I'm not going to stand here anymore. I don't care. You can take my bar card.
Mr. Steele, listen.
Hey, look, Steele is a high power defense attorney. He's well started on. He's like, man, fuck all this shit. If I gotta continue to work with this one, look, I'm tapping the screen like y'all can see me. This one, you can take this shit. Fuck all the years of law school. Fuck all the groundwork. Fuck it all. Take it. Fuck it. Like, man, you know how fed up you got to be to say fuck all that shit. Like, let me, like, an example, like being in a relationship, the men in for years, kids, everything, you just say fuck it. Fuck it all. Like, man, you got to be fed up to finally just say fuck it all.
And Mr. Williams, you know, to me, this is an innocent man. You talk about, Ms. Love said there's a man in the Fulton County Jail who shouldn't be there, Mr. Copeland. Mr. Williams shouldn't be in custody. But he's been charged, and we come here for a fair trial. It's been everything but that, according to Ms. Love has tried to demonize me. At times, Mr. Adams. At times, Mr. Shaw. Now it's all because she wants to win the case. And now she speaks over people. It's not right. I gave them everything. And by the way,
what's up, Victor? If this one, I can't stand when I see her ass walk to that podium. Okay, because for one, you sat there and got your whole damn shit off your chest while you was implying that they was fucking with evidence and stuff. Y'all see dude face up? It's when I captured it just like that. But she always get her damn narrow ass. Y'all grandma ever say that? Sit your narrow ass down. Like she get her narrow ass up there. You know what I'm saying? At that podium, posing and she sit your ass down. Okay? He ain't asked for you to get up there. Like that shit would stress me the fuck out. Sit your ass down somewhere. God damn it.
And what I want to tell you, by the way, it's not even the law. If they call that gentleman on direct, I don't have to give them anything before trial. I do it because you asked me to. You said, listen, we got a big case. It's going to take a long time. Give them things. I gave this, by this way, to the state October of 2023. October 2023, that was uploaded, given to the state. I hear about it now, and I wait there and I give them the exact duplicate.
Her damn neck gonna get stuck right there. The only one that be happy when she walked up there is Percy. Listen, her neck gonna get stuck. I know she got to see a masseuse because the way she roll her neck all the damn time, stick it out. Yeah. Who the hell is these people back here? Like, are they, obviously they're part of the state, but are they attorneys working on the case? Are they the paralegal? Who the hell is these people? Y'all know I haven't been watching this, so I'm not familiar with everybody, but who the hell is these people? Y'all can't even see my mouth. But yeah, who the hell is them people on that back row?
What we have, and now there's a false allegation of misconduct. And what I'm telling the court is what I said again. I do not appreciate it. And you have told it in front of the jury that I'm unprofessional. You were wrong. You based that on Miss Love's false.
Hey, shout out to Steele, man. Still putting this shit on, okay, on the record. Because, yeah, saying that in front of the jury judge, hey, still getting that shit off his chest. And you know what, though? This is the thing. Outside looking in, you probably like, oh, still getting emotional with that shit. But check what he's saying and how he's saying it. Like, Judge, you called me this based off of what you took from DA Love. You took her side. And exchange, you basically shitted on me in front of the jury and in front of my client. That's impartial. He's setting up the foundation for all these motions we've seen. And to be honest, just to be real, even though I don't care for love, with that being said, it does seem like the we that he kept saying early on when shit hit the fan, me, him, and DA Love in the DA's office. That's definitely seeming impartial to me.
Your Honor, again, the ad hominem attacks, Your Honor. I object, and he should stop talking when I object.
Who the fuck is she? Did y'all hear that? She said, I object, man. He should start talking. You're not no, you may think you honorable, right? You may think you run that courtroom. That's not for you to say. You can't tell nobody to be quiet. See, that's her problem right there. She thinks she more higher up than she really is. Like on some real shit. How dare she sit there and say that? Y'all see where it stopped at? Still was in the middle. The parts I'm choosing to stop at is crazy. But like, yeah, who the fuck you think you is, lady? You can't tell somebody what they should do. You fucking tell the judge your piece and you fucking wait. Common courtesy. You can't handle hearing the truth. Is that the problem?
Yeah, will not be silent.
But Mr. Steele, here's the thing. Okay, I think that Mr. Steele, please be quiet at this point in time. You made your point. You made your point at this point in time. Both of you, please be seated. Both, please be seated, sir. Sir, please be seated.
Whatever you do is fine, but I care about Jeffrey Williams. It's the best here.
Sir, it's obvious. I would expect no less because you're his advocate, you're his champion. But could you all please sit down so I can kind of figure out a solution for this? All right. First, let me just kind of address the obvious. I know that at times tempers have been heated in this particular trial and they continue to do so. And I know that all of you are being zealous advocates and representing your clients to the best of your ability with zeal and rigor. However, I agree that, there should not be ad hominem attacks on anybody or any counsel, and that you all should think and reflect about what you say about your brothers and sisters of the bar.
Hey, y'all ever seen them parents that be like partying and shit, and then like something happen with their kids at the party, and then they just be like, trying to get back to what they doing. Yeah, hug your brother now. Y'all be all right. Y'all go play. That's what I get from this shit. Like, the fuck? Like, you need to address it. That's why it keeps happening, Judge. Address it. If you tired, hey, get out the case. Address it. You ain't addressing it.
We have a large contingent of folks that watch this trial, and so not only for the purposes of this, but it sends not the message I think you want it to send. All right, so I'm going to leave you all to your wise discretion in order to do that, but I'll take up whatever I need to take up as I see fit. But I know that you all. This has been a long trial. It's very demanding, exacting, and grating on and tiring on all of you. So I ask you to just take a couple of deep breaths and step back and see and kind of look at and just remember that you do represent of who you represent and what you're here for. In terms of the tape or the phone calls from Fayette County, it's the court's suggestion that, and if you want my assistance, I can always, with a proper subpoena, have the raw.
Yeah, see, that's his problem. If you want me to help y'all, I can do a subpoena. You pacifying the fucking state. They just put on record that they got temporal evidence from the defense. And your solution is, I can just subpoena it and then we can compare it to bullshit. I'm gonna skip past that because that was bullshit. I do want to get to this part with bots, and then I want to play the last bit. Oh, I haven't did this a minute. So hold on, let's do a quick just refresh. So we've been going strong. We've been 4 hours. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up on your girl Mickey Truth. We is live with it. All right, so we're gonna start from right here.
Bumpus.
Bumpus.
Okay. All right.
So Bumpus was put on record on that Friday. So she entered on record from Melnick that same day. Okay. Because at first I thought she kind of just appeared on Monday, but for those who wasn't clear on it like I was, she was put on record on that Friday.
And I can state, as Mr. Copeland's attorney of record, told him, are you sure this is what, asked him, are you sure this is what you want to do? And he said, yes, he intends to assert his Fifth Amendment privilege again on Monday.
Okay, well, I will, if you would tell Ms. Bumpus she needs to be here at 8:30, and we will certainly take up with that knowledge before we call our jury, and I will ask him in her presence whether or not he intends to do that, and we'll see where we go from there.
Okay.
Now listen, pause real quick. Now, he just said what he planned on doing. Now he also told the jury to be there at 8:30. So my assumption is this is going to happen right here in court. Right, this is where it's going to take place at, because he just said it. So did y'all take that from that? Because that's what I took from it. And that like they was going to have a secret meeting, like it was going to happen right here in open court, like everything else happened.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay. All right. Sir, enjoy your time off. Okay. All right.
They done stressed man out, okay, on that job.
Okay. Counsel, is anything else I need to cover with you before we recess until Monday?
Got it.
Yes, Mr. Botts. Mr. Botts, you need to use the microphone, sir.
All right. Is it working now? Can you hear me fine?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, we started this whole fiasco out with whether the state knew that Mr. Copeland was going to take the Fifth Amendment when he took the stand. And if so, was that proper or improper to put him up on the stand knowing that they were going to?
You have to speak up, sir. And if you could hold the mic.
Look, Bot said, man, fuck all this shit that y'all been doing for the past hour or so. The problem was this, okay? Hey, shout out to Bot, okay? That was my first time coming in contact with him during this trial. And listen, I'm with him because I'm like, they've been spending this shit for the past 2 hours. Get them back on track, Bots. Go ahead.
Microphone, it'd probably be better.
That he was going to assert the Fifth. And I know that they did know that he was going to take the Fifth because I heard it said outside right before I walked into court. I even said, the officer.
Then why didn't you, as an officer of the court, tell me before we took his testimony?
I told Mr. Steele.
No. Why didn't you, as an officer of this court, tell me?
Now, why that judge doing all that hollering, all that hooping and hollering? If he did, you would have told him to shut up. Well, not shut up, but you know what I'm saying? Because you muted Love, you muted whoever that was. I think it was Sharp that was saying something, and you was so ready, happy go lucky, but would he get his ass on the stand? But what you won't tell is that you had an already sunk word that dude was gonna get arrested. That's what you won't tell him. Now you want to fuss that box, get on his ass.
Well, then that's my.
I got a problem with you now.
Well, that's fine. I mean,
I got.
Hey, now that was funny to me. That tickled my soul. Bot says, "Shit, that's fine. Like, I'm about to retire any fucking way. I ain't about to have nobody else in this courtroom. So what? Okay. But hey, shout out to Box, man. Box said, fuck all that shit. I don't care. You can blow your breath up your ass, sir, or judge. I said what I said.
Got a problem with you now.
Well,
I would suggest you don't say anymore.
I've already said it.
I know that, sir. And the problem is you should have told me if that were your case, then you just made an argument we didn't even need to have, because I could have certainly asked him based upon your proffer. Now you want to have it both.
Man, your ass wasn't trying to hear that shit, Judge. You wasn't trying to hear that shit. You jumped the gun before Steele even got to the fucking podium and tell you what his mistrial motion was. You taking that shit out on that old man like that. But he on your ass, Judge. You heard what he said. He done said it. Okay? He done said it. And he said he ain't ducking no smoke. Okay? He want all the shit. Okay? Hey, y'all look, old school on the playing. Respectfully, okay? Not in a disrespectful way. But y'all be playing with them elderly senior citizens if y'all want. Think just because they old, they ain't with the shits. Let Box be example. Box with the shits.
Ways you can't do that.
Your Honor, I thought the state knew that, and
that's not what the point is. The point is, you as an advocate, you should have told me.
Why he gonna tell you something you knew?
Both sides have an equal responsibility under the rules, the professional responsibility.
It's the eye to me. Like you getting all stern, but you ain't say shit. And then when Love get her ass up, they prince into the damn podium and try to deflect instead of telling you what the hell was going on. You ain't had shit to say. Man, get out of here. Box should have cussed his ass. No, he shouldn't. I forgot he's my attorney. But he should have, man, cussed his ass out.
Okay, as long as we're both responsible, that's fine.
Okay.
Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Hey, he ain't want no smoke with Box. Box say, hey, as long as it's equal responsibility, like if you want to fuss at me, fuss at them. Now, mind you, if we think back to what Steele said Box heard it. And remember, Steele said he wanted to call witnesses. And what the hell the judge said? No, I'm gonna take what you said at face value, and I'm still gonna deny the motion. You ain't want to hear it, Judge. Trying to fuss at that man, but that man had stood his ground. Shout out to Box. We need more Box in the world for real. Nigga over there trying to
Is that okay?
No. What's your request, sir?
Hey, he brushed it off like it was a joke. The judge was dead ass serious with that. I know he probably thought about it like, okay.
In the attempt to avoid any spurious allegations moving forward, I would ask that Your Honor order that the deputies transport Mr. Copeland to the jail completely separate from any.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. In our order, wait just 1 second. In the order of the incarceration, I'm going to, I also have a keep separate order for him.
Your Honor.
For the transportation and the housing, because none of these gentlemen are going to say anything to him, but I don't even want anyone to.
Hey, I feel them on that shit because at this point they would have came back and said somebody tried to fucking do something to him. But I'm gonna be honest, like, and this is the thing, like on the internet that be tripping me out when people be talking about, like, you know what I'm saying, the snitching stuff and how snitches get stitches. Listen, it comes a point where a person can just be a nuclear fucking nuke. You get what I'm saying? Those type of people don't get touched. Don't want to be like, when you got a label that you are actually the police, not just talking, who gonna fuck with you? And I think a lot of people like, oh, he better be careful. That's why, in my opinion, Woody walk around freely. Who gonna fuck with him? Ain't nobody. He is too, like, he's too massive of a problem when it comes to cooperating with the police and still be off doing whatever it is he do. That's why when we read George Cheaty's article, I said that's the best fucking like summary of who Kenneth Copeland is from the outside looking in. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people, listen, like, y'all know I love to try to give an example so everybody can kind of understand. Y'all remember when y'all was in school and y'all just knew like this one person was just a fucking teacher pet, so you knew not to do shit around that person because you already know. Or that one person that's gonna tell it all and you know to kind of stay away from them. That's how it is when you know a person is in bed with no people for real, you ain't about to fuck with them. Like for real, you not about to fuck with them. That's just how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you don't fuck with people like that. You leave them people to fuck alone. Especially, you can tell the ones that finally made it to that level when they seem or portray themselves as untouchable. You know what I'm saying? When they portray themselves as untouchable. That's why Woody shows us, hey, this is my location. I don't give a fuck. I'm walking. Because he's untouchable. Because what street dude gonna touch him? Like, what street dude gonna really touch him? Gonna really do something to him? You get what I'm saying? Like, who really is gonna want smoke with Woody? And I'm saying him because that's what we're talking about, but it's a lot of them. Yes. Y'all take time and go watch the History Channel where they like talk about old monsters and shit. Those are the most, like Blue said, the most dangerous kinds. Them the ones that last forever. Okay? Because like, how can you fuck with it? How can you fuck with somebody that literally would fucking make a whole case on your ass with the police? Okay? Play the field with them and possibly kill your ass themselves. Like, how the hell can you win? How can you win? Okay? Like, they'll be the ones, like the ones that will freaking straighten you themselves at the same time to tell the police on you. You know, they don't nothing happen to them. So that's I'm like, but in this case, the perception, people don't think about it like that. They just think about like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. So that's why I agree with what Sharp did. I call him Sharp this time, but I agree with what he did because hell no, we don't even want no smoke. We don't need y'all police kicking his ass and then trying to blame it on my client. Hell no, put his ass away from my client. So I agree with that.
The claim that he did.
I think that that's fair enough, and that's a good suggestion. All right.
We'll prepare. Yeah.
Yes, Lieutenant Walker. So that will not be an issue? Okay. Okay. But we'll go ahead and have him, if you could also have him housed separately too? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, madam. All right. Anything else, counsels?
Hey, I tell y'all this. I knew Woody was a different breed when he done said he done been shot at and ain't never got shot. If y'all was on the live with me that day, I was like, you ain't what? That's when I knew, oh yeah, that dude different. You done been in all these shootouts and never got shot. Man, that's a different kind of look, okay?
All right. Take a couple deep breaths this weekend, take a knee, and come back on Monday and let's get after it again, okay? All right. We'll see you on Monday morning at 8:30, okay?
Can you get us the list of names and then any exhibits for Monday?
I think the only, I don't know who is being called. We can find out. Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton and Mr. Atkins, who is going to be called? Let's assume that Mr. Copeland invokes again. Do you have some other witnesses that we can take up at that point?
Your Honor, we will apprise after we look at and reevaluate where we are because our order of proof was building blocks that at this point began with Mr. Copeland. And there are certain things that have to take place before we can tell them anything. So we have to do that. We have to deal with that and where we are right now.
All right.
And that's just where we are.
Okay. Well, be thinking about what scenarios you'd like to have the court look at.
Yes, Your Honor.
Depending upon whether or not Mr. Copeland decides he'd like to invoke his privilege again. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And Your Honor, go ahead.
Madam.
Mr. Sharp, he can have the floor.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask a courtesy of the deputies. Could we just keep our clients here for just 5 minutes after court ends, 15 minutes after court ends? The attorneys would like to have a discussion with our clients.
Lieutenant Walker.
And Your Honor, the state has a matter we need to take up ex parte with the
Okay.
All right, ma'am. She just said it. So on Friday, June 7th, the day that Woody pled the fifth in front of the jury, DA Love does ask the judge for an ex parte meeting. Now, some people was hitting me up saying, hey, well, does that clear everything about the meeting on Monday? No, that clears nothing. Okay, because she asked for ex parte with the court, not with a witness, not with nothing like that. And this is my opinion at this point, with the ex parte situation, for one, I feel Love asked for that to get her shit off with her whole scenario with Melnick working with the defense. She was getting her shit off uninterrupted. Okay, for one. For two, it got shaky with that meeting when they started getting into details about the case and the people involved in the case. Meaning Steele's name came up many times and all that. I believe that's when shit went left. Now, her motion that she filed again is bullshit to me. I mean, like I said, she doesn't even address all of what the judge requested her to address. Ultimately, y'all, in my opinion, is nothing that can be done with this trial except mistrial. I feel like it's no other solution than to recuse Judge Glanville. Two, when he is recused and a new judge comes, they have no reason but to do a mistrial. Who the fuck want this shit on their lap? I will accept it just to fucking mistrial it. Kimbella, what's up? Now, one thing about it, and I think I need to watch it real quick, and I think that's gonna be the last thing we do. One of her points, we done ex parte it out, right? Ex parte it out. I don't really want to talk about ex parte today. We might take that up later on in the week. For one, this shit here, was a waste of space. Cause like the fuck that got to do with you? Cause Steele went and give up his source. That got nothing to do with you. You was in the wrong, okay? So this part. So basically, if y'all recall, when we watched what day was that? Oh no. I'm getting sleep. I gotta take a nap, y'all. Y'all know I'm outside tonight, so I definitely gotta take a nap. So hold on, but we're gonna finish this thought out. Okay, hold on. What day was it? The day they read the motion, and Judge Glanville denied. Okay, I'm just gonna talk. So y'all remember the day that Judge Glanville denied the motion, and he said basically he said yes to the first two, but the third one he was like no, right? And that's why he denied it. So what they're saying is he did not do this last time when he went back and approved to transfer to the recusal. So I want to watch that real quick. Okay, maybe I need to just look on my channel for shit. They don't have. I thought I was bad at them titling my different stuff. Which one is it? Would have been this one. Let me see. Nope, it's not that one. Now y'all bear with me while I try to find which live it was. Where they decided to. That ain't it. Freak. I think it was like day 100. I should have labeled my shit like that, but I did. You know what? I'm gonna do it. YSL trial. Day 100. Let's see. All right, I think this is it.
2024 of Mr. Copeland. Mr. Melnick relayed that attorney Caleb Bumpus would be representing Mr. Copeland. On Monday, June the 10th, before court, Mr. Edward Chamberlain, the court's litigation manager, informed the court that the state wished to have an ex parte meeting with the court.
All right, we're gonna bypass that. I want to get to where he speaks about the recruit.
Been threatened, wished to speak with the judge privately about a threat by the court, and the transcript in its totality will bear that out. Are released to will be in the fairness of the procedure. But the right does not extend to situations where the defendant's presence would be useless. Or Wednesday, the 3rd of July. The court further takes no position on whether Attorney Bumpus disclosed confidential or attorney-client matters. The court takes no position on whether Attorney Bumpus violated the duty of candor to other counsels involved in this case. These two questions can be resolved by the State Bar of Georgia and our Supreme Court. The court further takes no position on whether Mr. Steele, his use of the June 10th proffered information, as his use on behalf of Mr. Williams falls within our guidelines as set forth in the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct. The court's basis for having been explained on the record, a written order of this, along with the attachments, will be included in the record. And Mr. Banks, where are you? Sir, as a result of this transcript release, the court withdraws the show cause for your client and others who may be present who are present in chambers on the 10th of June of 2024. As I mentioned earlier, we were going to have a show cause hearing on Wednesday, the 3rd of July. I am canceling that indefinitely. In fact, I've canceled all of that. So we will not be holding that particular hearing. Okay. All right. And then then transitioning to the last matter the court wanted to put on record. Upon further review, this court will in fact enter an order sending Mr. Adams and Steele's, Mr. Weinstein.
Okay, so in my opinion, this is what that part of the state's motion is about. Because again, if y'all are able to go back and find the exact day where Judge Glanville originally denied the motion of recusal for Weinstein, denied the motion of recusal for Steele, denied the motion of recusal for Bumpus. He went over them 3 points. So now Love is saying he did not do this time when he went into deciding to pass it over to another judge. So we're going to finish listening.
And Mr. Banks' motion to recuse to another judge pursuant to Uniform Superior Court Rules 25.1 through 25.7 in the method and manner prescribed by our local rules. So this written order is entered. I will enter the order transferring it. And until such time as those two things are decided, then we'll be in recess until that time. And
so the question is this, because he only said upon further review. He didn't add any more to that. It's upon further review. The state is saying, hell nah, forget that. You are supposed to go through the 3 main points. And we believe it's not that you didn't show that, you didn't say that. So with that being said, the recusal should not be valid. Okay. So here we go. To be disqualifying, the alleged bias must stem from an extrajudicial source and result in an opinion on the merits on some basis other than what the judge learned from his participation in the case. And they added an emphasis there. Okay. Are based entirely on. So they're saying this is all about the June 10th, 2024 meeting. And they keep bringing up Steele. Love got a fetish for Steele. That's a married man, Love. Leave them in alone. Yeah, she really don't even go into details about that shit. To be honest, I thought, look, I was trying to give her one with that one, but hell, when reading it, she ain't really go into more details about him not really like providing more detail that day when he decided, like, what was upon further review. I thought she kind of went into depth. This girl. I was about to call her a girl. I got to read this again. Hold on, y'all, because that's crazy as hell. For her to have extra time, she still ain't do it right. I'm skimming through. With the exception of the defendant on time of allegation regarding a single instance where still was chided by the court for not being prepared to finish motion and fine based entirely on the meeting regarding the contempt proceedings against Kenneth Copeland and actions taken by Chief Ethelwyn and final review regarding its participation. Of course, every person who has legal interest in proceeding or that person lower is right to be heard. Yeah, they didn't even get into it. I thought they kind of got into it. Oh, well. So basically, she said no defendant on trial in this case had or has any legal interest in or any standing to be involved in the state's motion to compel the testimony of Kenneth Copeland or any subsequent contempt proceedings initiated on the motion of the state involving Kenneth Copeland's refusal to testify. But that meeting was beyond it. You basically accused Melnick, who was absent, and Steele, who was absent, of intimidation of a witness on this trial. Remember that. It's in the transcripts. The same transcripts that she included. Yeah, that she included in her motion. Y'all talk, if y'all, and like I said earlier in the live, if they only talked about what they talked about in court about, hey, if you plead the field, this is what happens. If you based on the immunity, if they only stuck to that, that's one thing. This conversation was not about it. They know it was improper. They know it was wrong. And ultimately, they're going to be the ones that got to deal with it. Okay? Now, with that being said, Truth Team, y'all have been great today. Shout out to over 3,000 views on this street. Okay? We did I say that's a pretty good live. But I need all 133 of y'all that's watching to hit the like button if you have not already, okay? Because right now I'm sitting at 81 likes. And I had over 3,000 views on this. Come on, get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and bring this live to the end. We have been rocking out for 4.5 hours, okay? I feel like we got to the meat and potatoes of it, okay? You already know we're going to break it down some more. I am going to go into the case y'all brought up from Love regarding the defendant who ultimately, y'all didn't tell me were they killed or did they commit suicide? But we're going to look into that case. We're going to look into some other areas of the YSL case trial that we missed because, you know, I stopped covering it early on. So yeah, we definitely gonna run more content and break this thing down. We seeing the plays, okay? We're seeing the plays. We're uncovering the deception that they have done, and we only watched 1 day back. So imagine looking at things now. You know what I'm saying? You too, Nikki. But I appreciate y'all. Y'all know tonight, Young and Ace is in the city, okay? Hey, I don't know. I might have to look. I had to tag Brick Baby on Instagram, like, oh, did he apologize? Because he in the Carolinas this weekend. But yeah, so I'm gonna be outside tonight. I hope everybody have a great weekend. I'm gonna try to get y'all some content this weekend. If I don't give y'all no content, we back at it on Monday. Y'all already know we're gonna keep pushing through. With that being said, y'all be safe, y'all enjoy no matter what you're doing. And as always, all information contained on this live was for entertainment, educational purposes only, and it's all my opinion. And y'all know how I feel if y'all don't like my opinion. And like I said throughout the video, that's my opinion. And if you don't like it, guess what?
I'm like, fuck, yeah. Remember me wearing a frown. Now it's the other way around. They mad because I made it out.
I took the hard way. I ain't asking a nigga for nothing. I threw the hard way. Hard way, my heart to this day. I'm really with it, my feelings in it, so please, bitch, don't play. I took the hard way. I ain't asking a nigga for nothing. I threw the hard way. Hard way, my heart to this day. I'm really with it, my feelings in it, so please, bitch, don't play. Hey, don't play.
Hold on, wait, before I go, y'all make sure y'all tap in with me to book your slot. A lot of y'all be hitting me up on Instagram and the email wanting to just talk about content, whether you're an up-and-coming content creator or somebody just got questions about cases or whatever. Book your consultation with me now. The information is on the screen. Hey, make sure you get your slot, because my slots be filling up fast.